Okay, so today I'm back to using my old recorder because there's this bug on the little iPhone that I was recording on, and at least the audio on that generally has been a little better than this, I feel like. But where'd it go? Oh, it like fell. It's stuck on this bug, like where there was an update, and now it's like, do you want to set up Face ID? And I put set up, skip it for now, and then it just freezes on that screen, which is pretty amazing. But I don't know if I should finish watching the debate, because I didn't really enjoy it too much, but I'll just go back maybe watching those short horror films. That playlist, which was getting actually kind of to a boring point, where they were like super long, and also they were super long, and they were also like not really that engaging anyway. So this is the same one. It's still the first one that pops up. So we had watched one that was like Indian, and then we had watched one that was like Hidden, I guess was the last one. Look Behind You was one of them. I don't want them to be like 20 minutes long though all the time. For some of them it can be okay, but... And I don't even look at the length going in, but I think we're maybe at that stage in the playlist where it is just super long, annoying shit. So this is called Flicker. So we're starting in 3, 2, 1. Or now the iPhone is kind of working, but I'm already driving, so I don't care. I'll just keep doing this. That was amazing, though, how it took like an hour to do that. They all have these radio things going on for like an hour at the beginning, like how that one about the escaped convict nurse, or I think that was Mulberry Nights. This dude's trying to win an Oscar already. Did you see that thing? Did you hear about that? This is the bootleg Joe Rogan. They're trying to be funny with that fucking radio, but this is like a GTA radio, like just totally troll. Now are we watching the guy's flashback, or no, it's just... the classic should have waited for backup moment. This is going to be like a half-hour one too, I bet. No, I want to hear more of that fucking boring radio. That's almost as boring as my commentary. We're going to talk about a topic. We're going to, like, all just generic things that you're not actually saying anything. I bet all the comments are about that too. Either how shitty it is or how funny it is that it's, like, so boring. Loudest murder victim ever. This guy's already fucking dead, and he just doesn't know it, just from all his health conditions. He's breathing, he's sighing, he's coughing. This is what you watch short horror films for, to see the guy fucking have a hernia and all this shit for like an hour. This guy's just in a bad fucking mood. But I love that in work environments, like, would you be like this around somebody else? And maybe you would. Some people are like that, but most people have, like, at least a self-awareness that they would, most people have a self-awareness that they would basically, you know, at least be self-conscious. So it's not that they wouldn't want to act like a dick or whatever, but they'd at least not want to do it around other people. These are not the kind of ones that I wanted to watch, though. So we're just at a bad part of the playlist. My feelings exactly. This day sucks. I'd rather watch the rest of the presidential debate. And it's about to get even worse. Or maybe you'll say in passing, like, I wish I was dead, and then they'll grant your wish, right? That could be like a premise for a short horror film. Be careful what you wish for. You're having a bad day, so you say, I wish I was dead. I love how you're in the middle of watching something and you get like a fucking Snapchat notification or some shit. It shouldn't like cover up the video. Everybody's like sick in this fucking thing. Yeah, these are not really short films anymore. Right, like honestly. We're like only halfway through. I don't want to watch these. I guess I will look at the timestamps now. I'll skip them until I find one that's... It's got to be like 3 to 5 minutes. That's all I want right now. Because they waste so much time. Like there's some avant-garde shit. But then it ends up not being good. Then I'll just watch a full fucking movie. Yeah, this is like 32 minutes. Yeah, we're at a bad point in the playlist. In fact, I might just move to another playlist. The problem is that some of them might be too... some of them might end up repeating them, and then knowing my memory, I won't even know. Right, I'll end up watching the same thing again. I think the only repeat we've had so far is like that one where it's the cop driving and everybody's a zombie or something, but that one we hadn't seen recently. We had seen that many years ago. Yeah, see, this is 2 minutes, 16 seconds. The cop camp. So let's try this one. So we'll watch in 3, 2, 1. This could be just a real life thing. Just show like a creepy body cam, dash cam stuff that really happens. No gun involved, said no U.S. cop ever. Or yeah, there was a game that was coming out that looked pretty cool, like Unrecord, where it shows you on like real life footage basically, but you get to play through it. It's almost like one of those, I forget what they're called, like real-time video, full motion video. But yeah, this dude thinks he's hardcore Henry. You want to make a whole movie like this in first person. But didn't you say there was no gun involved? So why do you have your gun out? This is only 2 minutes, so it kind of ruins it a little bit. Yeah, why are you pointing a gun at a helpless victim in a fucking thing? Right, like nothing's happened to call for the gun being out. His acting is pretty good though. He's convincing as a supposed cop. He's see him dead on the ground looking at her with the body cam. I've always been a proponent of full-time body cam, that everybody should always have it as a cop. But not because of that. Not because you're going to see a fucking ghost or something, but because it's good against misconduct claims. Like, that's how we found out about the George Floyd thing. That's how we could have found out about Kelly Thomas or somebody like that. It was always just a net positive. Doesn't mean that they always have to be released to the public, but at least it should be, it should be available or something. Like, and if you don't have it, then that can be on you too. Like, you get in trouble if you don't have your full body cam available. Like, oh no, it broke, or oh no, I had to turn it off. Like, it's a good thing to have. Not every police department can afford it in like these small towns and stuff, but any sort of misconduct that might happen, that probably happens a lot. Like, you kill somebody and you just all pretend like it was self-defense. Right? Because, like, why wouldn't you? Whatever. Like, because it not only gives that person a bad name, but then it gives your whole department a bad name, so you have a strong incentive to cover it up. But that might happen surprisingly often. It's amazing how much that does happen, though. Like, you just shoot somebody who didn't do anything, who, you would think people would show a little more restraint or have, like, some self-awareness. It's not even always the way people make it, like, oh, it's a race thing. It might not be a race thing, it's just like, just reckless, careless people who aren't trained well enough, or who don't really care what they're doing, or they have, like, some sort of power trip. This is the Jigsaw. Clearly not a Saw knockoff. This is 8 minutes, that's still too long. God damn it. I'll just watch like actual American Horror Story or something at this rate. Right, why not just watch a full episode of something? I was trying to go through my YouTube history and find like a shorts that would give me ideas of stuff to watch, but for some reason I can't find any in there anymore. Or some of them will be like from TV shows, which even that's fine, but I guess with my whole horror binge, we may as well just watch American Horror Story for real. This one's 12 minutes long. Holy shit, bro. Last Bus Home. This should be a short one. I can't even see the timestamp, so I have to go at a certain angle. This is 3:58, which again, sometimes I don't even like to look at the timestamp because it kind of ruins the suspense, but at least during the course of watching it, I won't look, but just so I know, it's not that long. So we're starting Last Bus Home in 3, 2, 1. We saw another one that had to do with a bus, I forget. Or like where a character was on a bus and nobody else was on there. That accent, though, very, very distinct. It's always like some super dolled up girl too, like that Uber one where like her stalker is the Uber driver with the gas thing, using like a fire extinguisher to knock everybody out. Because it's never just some ordinary looking person, or it's got to be like a supermodel. That guy's just waiting for the bus too. Why are you looking at him like that? What, you're not allowed to wear a hoodie? Right, like, I love that sometimes. You're sitting there, he's sitting there first, or at the same time, it's like, he's just waiting for the bus too. Now at least he's being creepy. I was just defending him too, but he's just drunk. But no, it's like, sometimes you're looking at them weird, but they're looking at you weird. Like, why are you looking at them? They're not doing anything. Like a lot of stories, they're just kind of sitting there doing nothing. But now at least you'll be safe on the bus, because Or wait, why did it keep going? This guy's pretty funny, actually. See, being drunk or under the influence of something doesn't always make you like this. Low battery doesn't mean you can't make a call, though. It would just shut off, wouldn't it? Oh, now you suddenly care about him. He's taking pills, he's drinking some shit, like, you don't care about him. Oh, it'll be like, this reminds me of Rides with Strangers, or it'll be like the endless bus stop, right, that you're always here forever. It'll just drop you off at the same place. And so that's the same fate that he had. Or maybe he got hit by the bus. Wait, is that really it? So we don't even get a payoff. She just escapes and gets on the bus. So that wasn't, she gets away. What the fuck? But then that guy's acting was pretty funny as the drunk guy, over the top. Okay, so after some technical difficulty with the iPhone, sometimes it gets like really quiet too, like maybe some angle it gets at. I still don't know exactly where the speaker is. Like maybe part of it is being covered up. I have it maybe at a bad angle, but generally it's okay. It's just sometimes it doesn't quite catch it. But yeah, I don't know what to even look at here. This is like the ASMR eating portion that I sometimes do. I guess we could just like start a series outright. I just was trying to use maybe one of these random clips to decide. We could just watch the end of that last debate, I guess. I don't know exactly where I was at with it, though. Trump debate. But no, like Trump's performance wasn't even that great, but it was at least better than Biden's, which is not saying much, but that's kind of what this election is all about. Like, who is worse, right? Not who is better. Like, oh, Biden's terrible, but at least he's not Trump. Or Trump's terrible, but at least he's not Biden. So I forget exactly what part I was at. We're at like one... Well, the most incredible dog. There was like some ad break maybe around here. Let me see if I remember. Oh, despite the... Okay, so this is the question. So we're starting at... I'll go from like 116 of the coin count. So I think that was... like when he said that line that I know. So despite the efforts that both of you have made, like, isn't that weird? Like, wouldn't you... They always want to not give Trump credit, or at least in this case, he hasn't been president in 4 years, so... We're starting from 116 and 3, 2, 1. Now, that's like a fallacy. We have the largest deficit in the history of our country, but it's always gone up. So we have the largest deficit under you, then we'll have, you know what I mean? It's always going up. Nobody's brought it down, really. So that's just a problem for the country overall. It's not a particular president or a particular party issue. They're both like that. He's talked tough on China, but I don't know what he's really done that would be like that. They keep deflecting. That is true that, COVID caused a lot of addictions and stuff, especially alcohol. A lot of people are staying home and, doing those kind of things. This is one of those Trump meme lines. We bought a dog, the most incredible dog. You've never seen a dog like this. Every single other sentence is just blaming the other person for something. But it's at least a little more fair when you're talking about the acting president. It's hard to blame Trump for stuff now because he's been out of office for almost 4 years. So, you know what I mean? Like, it's hard to blame that. No matter how bad you think he was. Right? He's been out of power. So it's like when he's in power, they blame him. When he's out of power, they blame him. So, like, what are you supposed to do? These big machines that roll over everything that comes across the border, except you don't even know who's coming across the border. So how... So you made the border an issue when it was a non-issue at the beginning. He's nodding his head like he agrees, but they always stuff stuff in these bills. It's the biggest fallacy, right? Like, we'll make a bill that's called, like, the Border Protection Act, and it's meant to protect the border, but then they'll stuff a bunch of stuff in there. But then if you disagree, aren't you in favor of border security? Like, doesn't mean you have to agree with that exact bill just because of the name or... You got it all for nothing, but you didn't get the wall for nothing with them paying. Definitely bad negotiation, like the Brittany Griner thing, you're giving up too much for her. That's another fallacy, like, aren't you happy she's back? What did you want her to do now? But it's more like you should be able to get her back for less than, right, the merchant of death for a basketball player. What did he give for those 58 people? We'd have to go back and check. I'm not sure. Or she hasn't talked much. I mean, they're both pretty old, so... Toughest job in the world, huh? Well, that's being his press secretary, I guess, trying to explain away all the bullshit. That is a really bad argument, though. He keeps saying, look at the horrible job, or the horrible thing he left me with. That's exactly what Trump said about Obama. Like, is that not, shouldn't you be above that? The way that people would always criticize Trump for saying that, maybe rightfully. Stop blaming the last person 3 years in. When you're running against him, say how bad he is so you win, but then you won, so then... Like, vote for me again because he was so bad the first time. That doesn't work anymore. It worked when you did it in 2020. Where I saw, like, a compilation clip that Trump made that's like all his stuttering and stuff, all Biden stuttering. It's just such a bad spot to be in, where they're both so bad and they're using one to justify the other. That's a good thing. We're saying, oh, we're a failing country. That's all the rhetoric we hear, like, oh, you know, white privilege or guilt and all these kind of things, that all this negative thing that we're so bad and this and that. That's the sign that Biden is a moron. All of this self-hate, white supremacy kind of, you know. They don't want to screw around, but they screwed around more when you were here than in 2016 to 2020. Oh, here we go. Those tests that they were making a big thing about. But when he does it, he has to do it on camera, right? Somebody else will do it for him. He'll do the sneak. He'll go out the White House window and hand it to somebody, like George to Elaine in Seinfeld or some shit. Now he's using golf to measure it. We need to do a golf off to see who wins, and that determines who becomes president. That'd be a great tradition in this bread and circus age. That is good, at least, that he volunteered to take them. Or he's saying he's lying about how tall he is and stuff. I got my what down to a 6? My handicap. Golf. They're really arguing about golf. But see, he didn't get to do all legal challenges because they kept stopping him. They even used the fact that people protesting to stop the thing from happening. But you gotta let the legal challenges go till their end, right? Got interrupted by the very protest of those supposed supporters. That is true. Like, he's lost his net worth to do all this. Like, one of them gained money by being president, one of them lost money. Right? He had nothing to gain. You could say, oh, he did it to cover up his crimes, became president. But you really think that? Like, that's such a stupid thing. You think it's easier to run for president and win just to try to cover up something you did in the past that you weren't even being... Nobody really was bothering him before, right? Nobody was going after him for anything. He would have been fine. But then... as soon as you run now, they go after you for everything. So you put yourself under the spotlight. So, in a way, right, it didn't really benefit him that much. And that's what he's fair, yeah. Everybody said, oh, Trump's going to start World War III. didn't start any new wars, and then even, we have way more now that we could be involved in. Yeah, but they said this the first time, though, so now... He keeps saying the idea. That's how he always starts his sentences. So he's saying he got carried by the people. He's brought up Poland like a million times. Poland counter. Take a drink every time he says Poland. This has been moderated pretty well, though. Like the way they're doing the mics and stuff. It is true, right? A lot of these things didn't happen when he was there. Whether he deserves credit for that or not. The war angle is the best argument he has. The war in the border. He didn't start any new wars. The border was fine. Oh, no, not the golden domes. We're still talking about the fraud. That is the whole irony. When the people stormed the Capitol, what were they in the middle of doing? They were in the middle of objecting to the results of the election. And then as soon as that happened, they all caved in and just gave in. That was a legal objection that you were supposed to be having that may or may not affect the outcome. So even when people say, oh, they're trying to overturn it, they're only overturning it in a legal setting if there's a legitimate reason to overturn it. But that's fine. You can appeal as much as you want. There's nothing wrong with that. They kept saying no widespread fraud, but that's like a weird term. You should still be concerned about any fraud that there is. He said a lot of that the first time, too, in 2016, even though he won. Okay, there's like a 5-second delay here. Or actually more than that. I would bring that up. Like, even in 2016, he was talking about that. Like, if I lose something might have been rigged, but then he ends up winning anyway. Right, so that makes him a little bit weird, because it's like, you're winning, but you're still complaining. Right, but maybe if he didn't say that, then who knows what would have happened. But certainly a lot of people didn't want him to win in powerful places, and, the media especially. That's what I don't forgive about the media, is that they lose so much credibility because somebody like me, let's say, who's objective, and I don't really care who wins, right? I looked at them like the same way, Hillary and Trump. But they gave me such a strong impression, right, just from the outside that, there's no way that he could win. And then not only does he have a good chance to win, but then he actually does. So they misrepresented it totally, right? They were so out of touch. It's not about whether you think it should happen or not. They were just being dishonest. So this is starting at 1:34:05 in 3, 2, 1. This is just the closing statement. He starts off by blaming the last president. You're supposed to be the bigger person in this way, I thought. In the audience. There is no audience. He's saying he has done it, but he hasn't done it since 4 years ago. He's acting like he just did it now. He wants to tax you more by taxing other people, apparently other countries, with tariffs. I don't think that's necessarily the greatest idea, but it's a little bit inconsistent too, because you're saying, you know, you don't want to tax big companies too much because then they won't want to do business here, but then by putting a 10% tariff, they also won't want to do business here as much, right? Like, but you don't have a choice to an extent, but still. It's a double-edged policy. Make it available to every senior, including yourself, I guess. Lead pipes, gas stoves. People trying to take away your fucking gas stoves, that whole propaganda. You've had 4 years to do it, so everything you said, everything you say you're going to do, you should have already done by now. But you could have said about that in Trump in 2020 too. This is fair. For 3.5 years, you didn't do a lot of these things. It's almost like, well, a lot of people don't respect Trump either, so to be fair. He uses these phrases a bit too much. Nobody's ever seen it before. What he did for the military was amazing by not starting any new wars. That was the one thing you could really use. So wars and the border, two things that you actually do have some responsibility over. And with Make America Great Again. So yeah, I mean, that's the end. No, I like that rhetoric by Biden too. He's such a hypocrite. Like, don't say that the country's not great. Also, it has systemic racism, and also everybody's a white supremacist, and also, all these kind of terrible things. 74 million people are bad people because they like this guy, other guy. Like, how dare you say America's not great? Also, all these things that you say that indicate it isn't, or that anybody who doesn't like you isn't, like, MAGA Republicans, and, all these kind of, white supremacist thing, or all the negative things we hear all the time, right? So I find that kind of strange. There's a lot of negative rhetoric on that side. They're like, you're a nationalist if you glorify the countries. That's a really major change up. What else did we see at the end there? Like, just, I don't know. I mean, if I was to grade them, I'd give Biden like a D and Trump maybe only like a C or a B, but just by contrast, he seems much better. Like, it was more so that Biden was bad than that Trump was really good. Right, he was okay, but Biden was a bit of a disaster. Maybe I should just we could do like episode 1 of American Horror Story here, I guess. Because why not? No, I still don't feel like it, though. Let me find a different playlist for the horror short films. Because that one I was having to skip too many. But when I say short, I mean like actually fucking short. This is what I want. What other closing thoughts do I have on that? Like, I don't know. The tariff thing is a little bit broadly ambitious. It could be good in some ways, but sometimes you'll hear these promises by either one that, like, they have no means of actually doing. Like, canceling student debt. You can't even do that, even if you wanted to, but you did it anyway. Like, making Mexico build the wall, pay for the wall, that was definitely just hot air. That never happened. You didn't do it, period, let alone, But it's so ironic how that happened. This is when people talk about, like, the word woke and stuff. It goes from just, like, okay, having a secure border is just normal, right? Obama's doing it, Bush is doing it. Everybody just has, like, a normal secure border, right? To varying degrees, but it was pretty much standard. Then Trump comes along and saying, we need to build a wall. And then everybody says, that's racist. And now you have an open border policy, at the beginning under Biden. It's like, how did it go to that? Like, you go to the opposite extreme just to spite him, or you have some other incentive, obviously, like, you want these people to come in and vote for you? Like, I don't get it. The great replacement theory, whatever kind of things people come up with, but there is something strange because it was a non-controversial issue before. Trump sort of makes it a big thing, big talking point, but then you want to go to the opposite extreme, and now you make it an issue and kind of validate him. Like, let's show we don't need a wall by letting everybody in with no regulation. Like, how does that make any sense? Like, okay, fine, we don't need a wall, but we could just, still have a proper border security overall. Let me find the rest of these horror short films. I really didn't enjoy that even, but it was okay. I'm not even going to upload this one probably for a while. The other one I already uploaded. That's what I hate too about, like, even if you were trying to do content in, like, a cynical way, like, to capitalize on views, like, you got to do everything right away. Like, react to something right when it comes out and post it right when it comes out. So you get boosted and picked up by the algorithm to do with something right that is currently happening. What else was there? Like, it wasn't bad, but I don't know. Biden's just not very impressive. Like, Trump seems like, an okay candidate under a normal circumstance, but he only seems so good to people by contrast, right? You're not, if your whole argument that, Trump is so bad, the way to show that isn't by giving us an example that's even worse. That's the point. So what if somebody said they're voting for Trump, but they don't like him, and they agree with a lot of things you say about him, but it doesn't matter because Biden's even worse. Like, you didn't pick the best person to make that point that, oh, we have high standards and this and that. Right? Your standard is garbage if Biden's your answer. So all that stuff we heard about Trump is kind of meaningless because it might be true, but it doesn't matter because, you know, this is really your solution instead is you get this shit. So let's see, that one, we're done with that playlist. The problem is a lot of these we've probably seen. The Smiling Man I've seen, the Moonlight Man, Vanilla Cake is in there. These always seem a little short. Man, why are some of them so long? You're going to find a playlist that's like super, or they're all like super short. And I don't want them all to be like from the same thing either. The Lookout. Alright, fine. We'll try to go with this one. So this is by Flix Horror. Not saying that's actually what the films are from. That's just who made the playlist. Yeah, the problem is some of these might definitely repeat, though. I like how random of a thing this is to mix together, too. Like, you know, just, horror stuff, presidential debate, politics. Okay, so this one is called, Watch Me. Disturbing horror short film. So we're starting in 3, 2, 1. Vacant 12 Films. SP. I don't know what the SP means, or what all that thing is at the bottom, like a recording timestamp. Colonial Motel. Motels are always a classic horror location, you know, ever since Norman Bates and the thing, but they can be very remote, they could be empty, they could have other creepy tenants there, the owner could themselves be creepy. This guy's being creepy already. I like pleasure and pain. Or like, isn't that the point of a reservation? You have a reservation, but you don't have a reservation for what room. Just the fact that, oh, we'll give you a room, right? You don't take a reservation and then say, oh, once you get there, oh, what room do I get? Like, what kind of room do I get? You've already reserved the room. No, he's just reserving the idea. This is like a Seinfeld bit. I reserved the idea of getting a room, but I didn't reserve the exact room, so it could be any room. And I didn't have any plan. Like, what if I'm with somebody else? Then do I need a double bed? Do I need a single bed? Doesn't matter what's available. Just, I reserved a room, so I'll get a room. And you might be able to hear, like, rain and shit. Not that you already can't hear the driving, but... But no, this guy already had some creepy vibes. Or the way he even said that, like, sometimes it's just their bad acting, like, I have a reservation. Like, the way he said it was so, like, he's trying too hard. It's reflecting right back at him, but is that what it was meant to do, or this is what he wanted to happen? There's nothing creepy about this. This was his plan. Like, what was he trying to do? He's trying to make like a snuff film of himself. Or yeah, this is a big trope. Like, you see something in a reflection, or in this case, in the video that is not happening in real life. Or he's feeling it, though, too. But yeah, something will be happening in the mirror that isn't happening, that you're not actually doing, or that isn't happening like in your dimension. So this is a very common thing that we see in these types of in these films. So the guy nearly just killed him by bashing his head against the wall. So just unplug that shit. Beat the monster by having your power go out, which is the exact opposite of what you might want to do in a horror setting where, you know, you want the lights. Normally you don't want to be in the dark. Getting stabbed in the chest now? I mean, you're done for, dude. I hate to say it. But why is this guy being so fucking deliberate with this? What was on the tape? It should have been called Death Wish, because that's really what he had. Watch me. That's like one of those haunted things. Once you watch this, you have to give it to somebody else, otherwise you'll be haunted for life, or you'll die in 7 days. Which leads to the meme post, like, if I ever did that, if I was ever going to kill myself, or if I knew I was going to die, I would send that to everybody that, oh, if you don't repost this, I'll die in 7 days, and then you actually do die, but not because of that. But that was okay. Maybe I'll give it like a C grade. Nothing too special. The Hairy Man, but that's not actually the next one. It was just showing that the Lookout. Is this going to be like that one game where you're like at the Lookout Tower? What was it called? Do You Copy? Where you're like on the radio with somebody and you're trying to help lead them to you to safety. But then it turns out it's actually the monster who can imitate them. That's another big trope, is like mimics. Everybody is really hot about that trope, like the one where he's up the stairs and the guy keeps saying Andrew, and it's like there's one in a room next to you and there's one downstairs and you can't decide which is the real one. And so there's a lot, like I heard it too, and then I saw that one with the mother and the daughter. I heard it too. So we're starting the Lookout in 3, 2, 1. And I hope some of these aren't too long, but I can't really see the length always as I'm doing this. This is a good setting for a horror type thing, though. You're by yourself, remote, in a tower. What exactly are you looking out for, though, I wonder? She was told to look out, but she had no idea what was in store. What she saw would shock her, like some kind of tagline you could do. Should have a gun with you or something, though, anyway. Nighttime in the watchtower, lookout tower. I gotta watch just like an actual horror movie. Like after this one, I'll go to Hulu and I'll just pick one at random and I'll just start watching it. How about that? Because I'm clearly in the mood for this type of thing. Or I could do American Horror Story, but I kind of want to watch a movie, actually. This is basically how this format is. I just like do everything on a whim. Right, there's no real rhyme or reason to it. So I had watched The Witch, and I didn't really like it that much. Or they won't even answer now because they'll be asleep. Yeah, they send someone up there to creep you out while you're asleep without telling you. Oh, this is a great setting, though. I love this sort of scenario. I maybe missed what she was saying, like what she's actually supposed to be doing there, but... Or is this going to be like the same thing where it turns into a mimic sort of moment? That'd be kind of lousy if it's the same gimmick. Like you think you're talking to the victim, but you're actually talking to the killer. which that could happen even without it being a mimic. Like, there's a killer out there who killed somebody else, and then they pick up the thing, their walkie-talkie, and ask for help just to try to kill you, just so you don't rat them out, right? Like, so, yes, of course, your first instinct is to go outside. That's my only rule for horror stuff, is like, if you're going to go outside, then keep going and just run away and just drive in your car. Or if you aren't, then just stay inside, right? Don't go halfway where you you go outside, but you stay outside and you stay right there, right in the vicinity of the area. You need like a zip line in like Far Cry 3 or some shit where you can just zip line across and go down to ground level. Could be an animal, I mean, you'd be drawing its attention to you, but this one's pretty good, just with the whole atmosphere and vibe and stuff. I definitely like the location. And this would be like easy to film too, because you're actually just in the woods, right? You could actually just go to a tower and just do this, although how would you really get the tower permission to use the tower? It could be a set, but it kind of looked like a real thing. Like, you wouldn't have to worry about the public being around because there's nobody who's going to be here at night. Although you might get in trouble for doing this shit too. So how many of these people are there with the fucking walkie-talkies? There's some sort of like spider creature, or is that a rope or a web? I can't even tell. Yeah, let's walk right in towards it. Like, why not just get out of there and have them figure this shit out when somebody's already on their walkie-talkie asking you for help and crying and, or like, whatever. They're, like, what do you hope to accomplish here if you do find something? Yes, I found the big spider that made these webs, so somehow it's going to be the monster on the walkie-talkie. This is the gimmick that I'm used to with this scenario, but it doesn't have to be that. It's going to be a big spider, like, what do you expect? Or it's actually not. The lookout. And that one ends sort of on a disappointing note. But that one I'll still give a B because the presentation and everything was good. But the problem is that it was like it ended on like an unsatisfying note. So let me maybe go to Hulu and I'll just like pick the first horror thing I see. I was almost going to do that with like HBO Max or something, or like I started with 500 Days of Summer, or maybe that was Netflix or somewhere else, but like where I just go in order and watch every single thing on there in like alphabetical order. And so I'm not necessarily going to do that, but I can always pick it by category. I don't think I watched anything else really horror-based. I tried to watch a couple of horror series, but they weren't really good. Like Lovecraft Country was kind of boring. That first episode was really stupid. It's trying to do pull the race card, like Get Out, like because that got so much critical acclaim, even though it was like an average movie that nobody would care about. But because it has to do with race, now all of a sudden it's a masterpiece. Like, what the fuck? There was nothing that special about it. and we didn't even get to see Allison Williams do a hypnotic technique the same way that her mom does. That would have at least been cool, because you know how much I like Allison Williams. She doesn't even need to be a hypnotist to hypnotize me, but she should have had a scene where like she tried to do that to her boyfriend, right? Where she tries to do it and fails, or tries to do it in like a subtle way that he doesn't realize, or then he realizes later that's what she was trying to do. Like, so her mom taught her how to do it. But I guess it's implied that maybe the mom hypnotized her too and made her this way or something. So let's look for a horror movie of some kind. Classics, comedy, anime, black stories. Oh god. Yeah, would Get Out be under there? Or wait, horror's not even in here. What the fuck? Do they maybe not have a very good selection of horror things? I don't even know. Horror, just period, but that's probably... Oh no, maybe that is a category. Wolf Moon. I want to see like Teen Wolf. I want to see like a movie though. A lot of these are just going to be shows. And what you gotta hate about these streaming services is that they end up, stuff keeps rotating off of them like too quickly all the time. Episodes, top results. That is so weird though, how they don't have that category in the movie section. Like, you probably can't even fucking hear anything I'm saying now because of all the loud rain, but maybe you can. Amity horror, 61 movies. A lot of them are going to be like Hulu exclusive ones or what? Like, what's the first one here? We got The Free Fall, X, Watch with Add-on. So clearly they don't have a very good selection of horror stuff anyway, but Hulu, specific one, Pure. That is so weird. How could you not have at least a few things here? Pure. Like, I like going into these sometimes not knowing what they're about, but you know, it's hard sometimes not to have heard about it or heard references to it. The Tank. I really have no idea. And then I don't like it because I have to watch it in like multiple parts where I can't do it all at once. The Accursed, The Boogeyman, Haunting of the Queen Mary. Didn't they make like a Dracula movie like that on the boat? There was like a chapter where Dracula kills everybody on the boat in the book or something, and so they made that into a whole movie that didn't do very well. Dash Cam, The Next Door Evil, The Evil Next Door, Evil Lives Here, the other series with that, where I clowned them. I thought it was a horror series, and it kind of is, but it's not. It's like a true crime story. Like, whatever, just living with a killer or something like that. The Nun 2, I haven't even seen. I haven't seen none of them, though, so I'd rather see the first one. Firestarter, some of these require an add-on. The Offering, Hellraiser. Oh yeah, they did make a new Hellraiser, but I haven't seen any of the ones. I've only seen the original one. Would You Rather, Pearl. It keeps like minimizing and stuff too. Yeah, this maybe isn't the best thing for this. Like, what the fuck am I looking at, dude? Holy shit, I can't even navigate this. Yeah, I don't know, man. This is so annoying to do when you're driving, which you shouldn't do. Alright, I'll go down to the... Oh, wow, it keeps closing out. Something is wrong with this app, dude. I swear to fucking God. Okay, so we'll look from the bottom up, but I am not really too happy with the choices here. And so, this is like rim cuts. All these are like Hulu exclusive ones, right? So that means they're not as good. Whenever it's like, oh, HBO Max exclusive or whatever, right? It's got to be like just a random movie that happens to be on there. Not that I'm saying these are always bad, but that's not really what I want to watch. Nope was George Peele. The Curse. Southern Haunting. Jeepers Creepers 2. The Stranger 2024. A lot of these are new. No Exit. Room 203. Scream. But that can't be the original, right? They all look too old. Yeah, that's 2022. The Hug. I'm really not sure, man. The Forgotten or something like that. Saw 3. Already saw it. Or I never saw it. This is so fucking dumb, dude. Hulu sucks. They have like 60 horror movies and half of them are you can need an add-on for. Warm Bodies is almost more like a comedy, I think. Annabelle something, A Quiet Place Part 2. I wouldn't mind watching, I guess, A Quiet Place Part 1, because I haven't seen it. Dear David. Even that's like watch with add-on. Wes Craven Vague. I don't know what that is even. Pray for the Devil. Whatever, let's just pick like the first one that doesn't require an add-on. I'll just give it a shot. So it could be watch until I get scared or watch until I get bored. I cannot believe that this is actually what we're looking at here. Like, why? Whatever. What is this one? Free Fall? Or it's going to have ads too, I bet. So we're going to start in 3, 2, 1. Or no, it took like an hour to load, so I can't do that. Oh yeah, Hulu doesn't have the best way to do this. Like, okay, we're starting in 3, 2, 1. No, it doesn't really work. You can't even pause it in the middle of the screen. Like, this is not made for you to use in your car. I don't know how to do this, bro. I don't know. Oh yeah, if I hit start over, that should be good enough. So we're starting in 3, 2, 1. Okay, Gravitas Ventures, a Red Era something something. So it's called Free Fall. It's on Hulu. I don't know if it's a Hulu exclusive thing. I'll just give it a random shot. But no, like, if I made a horror movie, it would be like very realistic, but it would be like, I don't know. It would be like very brooding and slow paced and just not a lot of jump scares. It's almost a little bit too quiet. she's into some crazy shit. Now she's gonna go missing and she'll go looking for her on some deserted island with pagan creatures. Oh wait, that's the Wicker Man. Which the original Wicker Man is pretty good. I gotta watch that again sometime, but I don't know. I feel like there's so many bad. The horror genre and comedy are two that have especially bad reputations because there's a lot of throwaway ones because they're so easy to make or whatever. Now you gotta say that it's her who gave the flowers, right? Don't try to steal. They're already dead, or they're gonna fake you out. I'd like for a movie to start like that. It just starts off and they're already in this shit. Like, it'll just be a fake out, right? Nothing's actually happened yet. It's like they treat you like you're stupid sometimes. But no, it's like, out of all the genres, horror and comedy have the worst reputation for having a lot of shit that they just churn out that's not very good. And if they come from Bollywood especially, because that's how Bollywood is with everything. But, you know, it'll be all the more. Watch an Indian horror movie, now you're in fucking trouble. Like, why would you even be scared right now? They could just be out, they're just having dinner. Why would you even be worried? They're just having some intimate alone time, but I guess they were supposed to be expecting you. Like, they're building this up in a way that they don't need to be doing. Nothing's happened yet that you would be afraid. It's just a role play, honey. She's just having a bad dream. So wouldn't you run away at this situation, or I guess you wanted to? It's gonna be a dream, but no, I almost wish it's not. They wanted to die like Romeo and Juliet, but why? Like, what the fuck? Maybe they were gonna die anyway, so they just wanted to go out like this, which is hardly preferable. I mean, I would have run away, but I guess she wasn't trying to hurt you. So did that actually happen? And it's gonna be that they were under the spell of some demon or some shit. Morose classical music. Okay, that's actually kind of a cool intro, though, if, you know, that wasn't just a dream or anything. Now they're going to investigate, like, what made that happen. It was just their dream role play. I've always wanted you to stab me. I've heard of guys who like getting pegged, but that's ridiculous. The free fall. It's got to be something supernatural, though. Like, what else could... Or, like, they always use that. Like, Hannibal Lecter uses drugs on people to make them do stuff. Right, it's to Elizabeth Cappuccino. What a name, if I read it correctly. You know, it's also one of those genres that you get desensitized to, like, what shocking image can we see next? Like, it's not going to be, you know, they're just trying to do the next big thing because they expect that you've already seen everything imaginable. Man, this rain has been going the whole fucking time. So I'm assuming this is the same house, I'm pretty sure. I don't know if this is going to be good or not, I have no idea, but maybe Hulu isn't the best thing for this, but I should watch maybe American Horror. I guess I can still go through these, though. I can still go through whatever's on here. But maybe HBO Max or HBO Max or Netflix would have a better selection. Or maybe I'm just looking like under the wrong category. And so I never pause during these, so you can try to follow along, but unless they're, oh, now somebody killed themselves in the bathtub. Okay, we get a lot of people killing themselves. Okay, dude, I don't like seeing people cut themselves. Whether it be, of course, in a fictional context, but I wouldn't like it in real life either, I'm sure. Like, I like going into these because I don't even know what the subject matter is, really. Is it going to be about zombies? Is it going to be about ghosts? Is it going to be about what? Like, what was the witch even really about? Obviously a witch, but... Don't tell me it was a dream, dude. No, she must just be in shock from what happened. It's going to be the girl who was on the phone at the beginning that was... that's somehow responsible. She made a deal with the devil, like in Rosemary's Baby. She just said she doesn't remember. What the fuck? You don't remember? Probably you shouldn't do this immediately. Don't tell her yet. Like, wait a little bit. Oh, she was about to kill herself. The same thing that happened to your parents happened to you. There's some sort of ghost that makes everybody kill themselves. Don't touch her, dude. Who are you? Or is that actually her boyfriend? I don't even know who that is. But does she remember the whole thing with the parents killing themselves, or what? Shouldn't you be in a proper hospital? Who the fuck are you even? Nick. Yeah, you get bonus points for that. You're willing to give up your writing for me because I almost killed myself. I would say I love you back, but I don't even remember you. Or isn't that what the mom said? Everything is going to be different? That's kind of creepy in itself. Didn't she say that, like, everything will be different now? this is what he wanted. I'm pretty sure. It just happened, but for some reason, it's too shocking for me to properly remember everything. It's not bad so far. I just don't know really what the true subject matter is going to be. Everybody's just trying to kill themselves or kill each other. It's going to be like The Happening, where there's these plants that are omitting some shit that's, that's what The Happening makes them do. Is just kill themselves even. So that's not really even all that scary. It's one thing if they try to kill you. It's just the weirdest premise ever, and that was the whole joke. Nothing happens in The Happening. Oh, here we go. It's going to be the same shit again. How about we just keep our lights on all the time so this never happens? Or at least you'll be able to see what's happening. But no, that parent scene was at least decent. Alright, now that was actually a dream sequence. But sometimes these dreams are used as like a foreshadowing. Why is she wearing that like on her wrist? Like, shouldn't there be a hospital treatment until you get better? Why are you even here, dude? You should be in the fucking hospital. That seems kind of sketchy. The doctor gave them to me, but I'm just trusting everything you say. Like, what if you're doing this on purpose just to... I don't know how the relationship was before, but... He doesn't seem like a bad guy. I'm just being suspicious of everybody just because. Why the fuck are you not properly treated for that, though? Why are you even taking that shit off, dude? I don't want to see that shit either, dude. I'm like her, just like looking away. What the fuck are you doing, dude? Don't kiss that shit, you fucking freak. What are you doing? This is your fetish or what? Okay, now I can't tell what's happening. Now she's on the couch. So does that mean some of this was a dream or what? Or yeah, they're keeping her all drugged up on purpose for some reason. Maybe he's cheating on her with her and they just want to... He wouldn't expect her to be so perceptive in this moment because she's all drugged up and stuff. That's the classic jump scare by a phone, which, again, wasn't really very scary, but just... There'll be like a dead silence and then some startling sound, such as that. So they're married even. Like maybe they weren't married and they just... Wasn't that your sister who was just calling? I keep saying I don't remember, but you keep asking me you don't remember. And that's probably the reason they would say why you tried to kill yourself. That's pretty good though, a big empty house. Maybe he's just trying to manipulate her and turn her against. It's the opposite. You aren't to be trusted, and she's trying to turn you against your sister. Yeah, this guy's sketchy as hell. The sister is on your side, but is she gonna catch on or what? Because this guy is sus. This guy is hella mega sus. He's keeping her all drugged up, maybe on purpose or something. Maybe she's just into that, but at least let her know that this is all I've always wanted to be drugged up for you, baby, all the time and taken advantage of. But that could be your sister right there, right? But no, I doubt it, because she called you like right then. Every time. You scared me, you startled me. Yeah, we had a threesome together, don't you remember? You always used to love those. You were totally okay with that. Maybe he's not your husband and he's just pretending to be, taking advantage of your memory loss somehow. Convincing, but I don't like this guy keeping her so insulated. But maybe this is the day you moved in together when you were you need to go out and just relax, go grocery shopping, do something, and just talk to your sister. She sounds confused and uncertain as she's saying that. The old play from the Barney Stinson playbook or whatever the fuck. Like, get a girl to lose her memories and then pretend to be your husband. Of course, it's just such an easy, typical gambit to play, which may be indeed what's happening. Tinkling. Or maybe it's the house itself that's haunted in some way. But why would it only suddenly become haunted now on their wedding anniversary, unless they said they just bought the house or something? Do we have an open door urination policy where you get to pee while I'm showering? And then you flush the toilet and then the shower becomes all hot for a second? Yeah, there's a lot of horror movies that I haven't seen that I probably should try to see, or just a lot of movies, period. but I sometimes don't always like to go for the big name ones right away. Right, like the super well-known ones, although I haven't seen anything again. In like the last 10 years, I've seen very few movies. What do you mean? It's my house. It's her house, isn't it? They keep stealing all the shit. Yeah, what if she wants to go out and do something though? So there's something nefarious going on with Rose and the guy. He's got to just leave, she's just got to leave, and it's also her house. But she's going to be too naive and trusting through all this shit. Stop doing stuff when it's my fucking house, dude. That might actually be true because we kind of saw her in the tub. That's not exactly the right response. You're so beautiful. Yeah, but this guy is being openly sus right now. Out of the closet sus, just with respect to, you know, and we'll see what he's writing about, like The Shining. Right, there's going to be something nefarious to do with that. You got to read what he's writing. You're literally trying to copy The fucking Shining right now with this shit, dude. And who uses a typewriter at this stage anyway? This is like modern day and everything. Yeah, Rose is being sus, this guy's being sus. You need to just go out and see the world for yourself and hear some news and listen to the radio. Don't let them keep you from the outside world. And somebody should come check on you like your sister was trying to call. But, you know, he won't even let you talk to her. So what a twist, what a surprise it's going to be when these guys turn out to be evil. But I mean, you know, obviously you already kind of get the sense of that. Yeah, the tub thing shouldn't even be a lie, though, because I thought we saw her in the tub. So that maybe he really did have it removed, but I mean, that's an oddly specific thing to do. Haven't been this disturbed by a rose since 2.5 Men. What the hell was that now? Yeah, she knows where the house is, so why would they... They can easily check up on her that way. Being all drugged up, they're gonna find out something about that. Like her sister came in and got checked up on her without them knowing because they're trying to stop it. I hope that's what's happening. They'll find out that she's been drugged. She's convulsing. I'll just do like audio narration. I'm not even giving commentary. Or another like fake out dream thing. That is such an overused dumb technique that everybody hates, but oh, here we go again. Or is that the sister now? The sister's cheating on her with her husband or something. But I think he was lying about that especially. That, oh, the sister took everything. Probably you took everything and somehow... brought a doctor with her to see if she's been drugged or something. I mean, you're letting this guy get away with sus behavior like it's nothing. So I'm gonna drug you instead. Need like some other contact, like a friend, anybody else to check up on you, not just your sister. This girl was a loner. She had zero friends who would be at all concerned about this, or this guy just keeps shooing them away. But she's kind of letting it happen. She can, like, I want to go to the grocery store and just go outside. Like, you know, there's nothing stopping you from doing that. Or I'd rather be in the hospital than if I'm so bad that I can't go out, I should be in the hospital. Or I should be able to go out and just get some fresh air. We haven't seen her outside like once, dude. What is she, me? Even though I'm outside right now, but... You didn't know or you didn't remember? Good way to try to gaslight somebody. Which the origin of that phrase is from some horror movie, I think. Like where somebody keeps playing with the light or something in like a lantern to make them think they're going crazy. I forget exactly what it is, but that might even be what it's called. Is gaslight from like the 1930s or something. Did you have a job? Like, who's paying for all this shit? Who's gonna pay your taxes? Something you should get in the mail. Like, there's so many things that could be red flags, but he's just not letting you do anything, I guess. I bet they were never even married somehow. But then he's removing like her pictures of her family and shit. Oh, she's acting like for the first time. Let's role play like we're meeting for the first time. That is kind of a good thing. Yeah, you will get to do your honeymoon phase all over again and learn everything about somebody. You just have to experience memory loss. There'll be some actual way to do that. Have memory loss surgery that lets you relive certain experiences or something. Or like take a pill that actually does that. Erase certain memories or something. People would totally be into that at times too. That should be like the sister and the doctor kind of looking at her, but why? Why are you questioning good? That's a good thing, isn't it? Why do you only think it? The horny look. You may belong, but you need to get out once in a while. I fucking not been out one time the whole movie. The drugs that I gave you, your power. Why here, though? Wouldn't you get sick of it and want to go somewhere else? Why don't we go somewhere else? Yeah, it only makes sense. And now he'll try to keep up appearances so that it doesn't bust whatever myth he's trying to keep up. And he'll get her to admit that, oh, you're my husband, even though they weren't actually married. Maybe they had just broken up or they were about to, but nobody else knew it except for him and her. So then she loses her memories and somehow he did this to her. I don't fucking know. Right? I know he's taking advantage of something with that. It's going to turn out they were never even together, but then how would the friends not know that? Or maybe they had broken up, or maybe they weren't married, or I don't know, they had a secret ceremony that he'll say. Or she's outside now. Why is Rose being such a bitch? But I fucking own the house, dude. You're working for me, aren't you? Why are you being such a bitch? Because you're clearly hiding something and covering something up. Don't interrupt me while I'm writing. She didn't actually snap, she was just yelling. Why is this guy being so weird? Look at him, kind of gaslighting you or some shit. He's showing like his true self now a little bit. Okay, so today I'm going to be continuing that movie, like the Free Fall on Hulu, and what I might do is when my Hulu subscription ends, I might just go to a different service again, because I don't know what I really wanted to watch on here in the first place. I did it originally for Shark Tank and something else, but then I specifically subscribed again for something, and now I forget what it is. Something horror maybe, American Horror Story, and it was some random show that I had seen in like a clip, like the 911 thing that is like with the woman with the thing in her hair, but that episode wasn't really about that. That was just like one scene. So we're starting the Free Fall from 35 minutes. Is the scene where Rose and her are arguing in the garden, right? How ironic that somebody named Rose is doing gardening, but we're starting from 35 minutes exact in 3, 2, 1. It's nothing, she says. They're fighting about it, and then we saw a little bit of this, but this next scene is pretty good, so I want to watch it again. It was like the husband being all sus and calling her a weakling and stuff, and she gets mad. The whole problem with this premise is it's one of those non-game theory moments where, or setups where all the girl has to do is go outside and go in public and go grocery shopping or something, or have contact with somebody in her family or something. And the reason why is because that would reveal whatever's happening. So this guy's not really her husband, or he's up to some sussy behavior. And, the sister isn't allowed to have contact with her. So we don't know exactly what the deal is. Like, the premise could be interesting here, but it's just laying it on a bit thick with the whole Shining vibe. With, this guy's gaslighting her, drugging her. So you're giving him too much leeway, right? The best written stories are like where all the characters are doing the thing they should do, but it's still a challenge and it's still difficult, right? And so the point is that she's not doing what she should do. She's staying home and all of this. Just fire her then. Like I kept saying, it is your house. So she finally slaps him and shows some anger, but he likes that too. He's into that. This is just our foreplay. Good. I like this. Victim blaming mentality, but she's kind of realizing something about him. Why not just go out and do something? But they were trying to organize a dinner with friends, right? They're kind of worried about her. But I would get kind of claustrophobic and sick of this shit after a while. But no, it's like... and we haven't seen what he's writing, so it's trying to be very Shining-esque with this. But, we don't really know what happened with her. Her parents killed themselves. We don't even know for sure whether it's supernatural or not. Sometimes these stories will get away with seeming supernatural and giving you all kind of crazy imagery, but it's just because of mental illness, like they're having some hallucination, when really there is nothing supernatural, right? So they get away with it on 2 counts. They get to show stuff that seems supernatural, because the character has a mental issue, but it's not actually supernatural, so it's still taking place in the real world. So whatever made her parents behave that way is going to be very interesting to find out. I don't think he even told her what happened with her parents, right? Just that they're not alive, but not how they died. Right, in that very dramatic image that we saw at the beginning. That was kind of a cool scene, but it's going to be one of those that doesn't pay off. Like, what explanation could you possibly give? It'll be some supernatural force that possessed them or some shit. Yeah, I'll watch a couple things like on here, but I'm not sure what. I want to watch American Horror Story, but it's hard for me to get into a series as much with this kind of genre. I'd rather, it'll be like an anthology thing probably, where everything isn't related, though, I assume. But I'd rather almost watch movies when it comes to a genre like this. Or I was even watching, he's just very absorbed in his work, but all you'd have to do is, again, either go outside and go to grocery shopping or read what he's writing and you could find out something sus. Because she's not really being allowed to do anything, like really go anywhere, interact with anybody, answer the phone, talk to her sister. I can't really see what's happening, but maybe he's bleeding and she's saying sorry. It's going to really be like the ultimate twist that he's not actually her husband. But how you wouldn't figure that out or how nobody would come and check on you is beyond me. Really, this isn't normal no matter how bad off you are. Or like I said, if I'm going to be in the hospital, if I'm this bad that I can't leave my house, maybe I should be in the hospital. But if I can be in my house like this, then I should be able to go wherever I want and do whatever I want. Right? It's one or the other. So I'm going to go to the grocery store and just dick around, and I might discover something, sussy about the situation. In the process, somebody's going to recognize me, tell me something. Yeah, she's too naive for this to be taken seriously or really be a top-level story because, again, she's just being dumb and naive and whatever. But we haven't seen her outside of the house like once, aside from in the garden or something. But she hasn't actually left. Like, wouldn't you get kind of sick of being shut in? Just go. Just go take a walk around the neighborhood or some shit. It is a nice big house that you have, but if she still hasn't recovered much of her memories. You are Sarah, right? No, you are Sarah, right? Like, that's her last name. Nick is sometimes a very good gatekeeper. Sounds like he's some sort of religious type that he's speaking in this way. But this is the second time she's done that, like where that I saw the doctor and the sister or whatever in my room working on me. Right, but then he said, no, it didn't actually happen. Do you have the key to prove it, maybe? So much gaslighting, dude. I want to watch that movie, which I don't know whether I've seen or not, actually. The movie called Gaslight, where that term actually comes from. I don't understand that at all. You're very sus. Oh, is that one of your lines from your story, dude? That was really, the tub that we didn't have that you got removed after. Maybe you should check her into the hospital if she's really so bad. Right, like, you're not equipped, dude. You're not a fucking doctor. You're like a hack writer. And by hack, I don't mean like a slasher writer, haha. That's what a hack director, like M. Night Shyamalan, not because he makes horror movies where people get hacked, at least at times. but because he's a hack like a phony. Dinner party isn't going to be here, though. You're not going to let me leave. So he's doing this to save face and show, like, oh, look how normal she is. But it'll let the cat out of the bag with respect to a lot of stuff. And so yeah, there's a lot of people killing themselves or hurting each other when it seems like they're not really in control of what they're doing, like the mom and the dad. It was like their anniversary, but somehow it'll turn out that, they were both about to die from cancer or something, and they just wanted to go out like that. Romeo and Juliet role play, kind of fantasy, but I don't know, I'm just speculating. Imagine if that was actually the answer. We were going to die anyway, so we figured we'd just go out in a traumatic blaze of glory and just do it on our own terms, right? Like, if you know you're going to die in a week, you might do some crazy shit. That's why people, that's what being senile is actually partly about. Because you're about to die, all the artifice and contrivances of society that are only useful for a longevity process no longer exist, because you have nothing to look forward to. You have nothing to lose, so you can do whatever you want, right? So if you're a 65-year-old man and you're going to die soon, or a 100-year-old whatever, it's very hard to keep those people in line. So it's not that, you're senile, it's that you realize the futility and the artifice of social contrivance. You can no longer be indoctrinated adequately to it, and thus you kind of break out of it. Of course, I'm like that anyway, so I'm already senile, but it just shows you the artifice of society. Like, I never buy into that. Like, it may be useful for you to pretend that, but cognitive dissonance and all, but it's not a very good standard, because you know what you're doing. You only believe or do the things you do just because, it's useful for society to control things that way. In reality, though, you wouldn't restrain yourself. Like, you have a week to live, so you have nothing to lose. There's nothing society can do to you to punish you. So just do whatever you want. Indulge, eat whatever you want, drink whatever you want, have sex whatever you want. Just do whatever you want. Right, so a lot of standards are reactionary and thus functional only, and have no inherent or absolute value. Yeah, I'm watching this for no other reason than it was just the first thing on there. Or is she, like, remembering something? She's remembering that they were having maybe a fight, and then she was gonna kill her. Oh shit, now we're gonna get the glare. Fuck me, dude. Now you're in the garden again. Why don't you just fucking leave and go on a trip somewhere? Or you're gonna have the big dinner. It'll be a good scene. It's none of your business, bitch. Getting all suspicious of Rose. More like you're a bitch. What about my standards, bitch? It's my house. Oh shit, there you go. she has been a continuous cunt. So she kind of likes Nick, or they're sleeping together, but she's kind of old, so it makes you wonder a little bit about why he would even want to do that, or I don't know what exactly she was suspicious of. Like, they're both kind of sus, but I don't get the thing. Like, she lives somewhere else, or she's like living here secretly, but how would you not know that or something? And they're obviously growing some kind of herbs to poison her with that are not healthy or some shit. That's what you got to remember and be assertive. You're going to take Nick's advice, but in the wrong way for him, like where you're assertive against him too, to realize that, see, this is Nick's first mistake, at least from his perspective, that you are kind of giving her too much freedom now, where she's doing all these kind of things, so she'll discover something is wrong. That's a pretty realistic throwing up that she's doing there. But very slow, too. It's going to be all a dream. Holy shit, dude. If it's not a dream, I'm worried for you. Yeah, I don't know what the story with Rose is exactly, because she gets... I mean, this is like extreme level gaslighting. Yeah, why did you hire such a bitch in the first place? And where did she come from? And what bus did she take? It would have been easy to catch them in a lie. Like, ask them both one question about Rose, and that would tell, they would have contradictory answers. It's got a decent atmosphere, but some of the writing is just stupid, or it's like trying too hard. And the payoff is going to be garbage, I bet. Right? Like, it's just not going to be anything. It'll either be some supernatural bullshit, or let's see, the big dinner, and all your friends who are gonna, or it's gonna be like a setup where it's all like not her friends, it'll be somebody else. I'd be nervous about taking all these pills and shit, dude. You're not a fucking doctor, dude. This would be kind of awkward in a real life context, like somebody just is about to kill themselves, and I actually like that in stories where, some traumatic event happens and then everyone tries to disguise it, right, that they're worried. Like Oslo August 31st is a great example, right, where he just tried to kill himself and everybody's kind of dancing around it or not really wanting to address it and being nice or whatever. There's that TV show I saw like a couple episodes of too, where the girl doesn't try to kill herself, but it's like a comical scene, even as dark as the subject is, right? Like, she's in the bathroom and she trips and there's pills there and like everything falls together to make it look like she was trying to kill herself, but she really wasn't. And so then everybody's kind of thinking about her like that. So she'll discover something in this scene that's going to make her want to leave. But see, this is just like a judgment issue. Whether you remember everything or not, it's like, would you allow somebody to have this much power over you? Even though he's asking her to be all assertive and stuff too. You feel generally like it's just too much, so something could go wrong. They're kind of exploiting this mental angle too much. Or he's going to try to make her look crazy by drugging her with that strong thing that he gave her just now, right? So it'll give him credibility, like he's trying to help her. Again, all you need is like a simple doctor checkup. Shouldn't you have a doctor on hand or go to them regularly under these kind of conditions? so let me get this straight. You go through a traumatic event and you're on all these medication, but you stay at home all the time. Like you don't get fresh air. You don't go anywhere. You don't get checked up on by a doctor. You don't have a doctor come to you. House call, house visit. So it is your house after all. It's not Nick's house. Nick the Dick over here. He's making a big thing about it. I may not remember. Or this is that same guy who was there. At least you feel more safe now with other people around, but everybody's being still relatively nice. With us rose again. He didn't want to cook the meal. Now he's going to be mad, at least about that. Yeah, you would betray your wife to try to get somebody else to cook the dinner for you because you don't know how to fucking cook. Great discussion for the dinner table. Why the fuck are you talking about this at dinner? That was like so blatantly creepy. Like that was too late on a bit too thick. That's not like a red flag. That's like a million red flags, dude. A bloody, dripping red flag with cannibal meat all over it. The home stretch, because all you do is stay at home all the time. Of course, because it's her fucking house, don't you ever forget. But she's getting all sussed out. Yeah, now you're giving an actual heartfelt speech, unlike the cannibal stuff. That was so, like, you know so much about it. That scene is fucking hilarious, how he's going into that just so openly. So clearly they're eating meat. Cannibal meat. Oh, that little cannibal story you told really stole my appetite. They're going to notice that it tastes weird. Or maybe they are all cannibals, and they're trying to get her to be one too. Yeah, does she actually have the key? Because he handed it to her. But that would prove at least somebody was there. She hasn't even eaten anything yet, so... Or she'll, like, switch it out herself. Or no, she's not. She's getting roofied. Roofie at the dinner table in front of everybody. Like, how does nobody notice that shit? Or, like, they're all in on it creepily somehow? Oh, they take her side immediately. You stab her with him with a fucking fork, and everybody's just happy and laughing, and he's just known as a pervert, I guess, generally, that everybody immediately takes her side. Oh, how dare you touch her skirt? Not the fact that you... Oh, shit. Not the fact that you just stabbed him. That's a typically normal reaction. Everybody's happy and dancing. I just stabbed a dude with a fork in the fucking hand. This is, like, bizarrely written, how... Something's not right with these people, even, like, how they reacted to the cannibal story, or how they reacted to the thing just now with the stabbing. I know I just gave you the appetite to be a cannibal, but that doesn't mean you have to stab a fork in his hand and eat it. It's just weird, like it's trying too hard somehow. Low chattering. A little bit gratuitous, over the top dancing stuff. You've been roofied a couple times very blatantly. You would think it's almost the end of the movie. I don't like looking at the timestamp, but there's not that much time left, so what's he gonna be? He was like licking the blood off something? What's happening? What are these, like vampires or some shit? They keep showing that image of like her hand on the floor, right, dragging across. I'm trying to analyze like too logically or something, but I'm trying to hope that there's actually a good payoff. That's all I want. It's just gonna be some random shit. It'll just be like, oh, there's some supernatural thing, there's some monster, and that's it. Like, or that's the mom and the dad, but the dad's dressed like a pig. Some of this imagery, like this movie is a telltale exploitation of exploiting the mental condition to show whatever imagery you want, just randomly. Like, oh, it's all in her head or something. It's like some kind of ritual. Is that going to be Nick under there, I guess? Somehow by trying to kill yourself, you become... I don't know what the fuck is going on. is not adequately weirded out by this. Why is his voice still like that when he took off the mask? Aren't you home right now? Where are you? So they killed him after he got stabbed, and they were happy to do that, and they are eating him or something. Why would you go up the stairs? Why not just leave the house altogether? It's like, what is the worst thing that we see? That they might all be cannibals? Like, so what? Yeah, I'm a bit confused too. Are you a cannibal? Are you a writer, author, wannabe? We have Jack Torrance at home. Jack Torrance at home. Here's Nicky instead of here's Johnny, even though Johnny wasn't the guy's name even. Jack. It was like a reference to some Johnny Carson or something. Oh, now we're going to turn in like an exorcist type thing? You got your little dinky key, but for what? Just to be able to leave the house, I guess? Determined footsteps, I like that. Subtitle. Distorted music fades. Shrill, mysterious music builds. Yeah, the payoff is just going to be dumb, though, so... It's some satanic cult, whatever, cannibals and stuff. And so he used a cross and it caused him to fall over, so it's going to be like, whatever, just a cliche type thing. Sort of supernatural-ish. Which is fine, I'm not saying it's not allowed to do that, but it's just kind of a cop-out sometimes. That's how a lot of these movies are. Like, The Witch was like that too, where the beginning will be all just talking and build up, but then it'll pack the ending with a lot of effects and crazy shit and imagery. Let's see that image again for the millionth time with her hand on the floor, right, coming out of the tub or whatever. Audio suddenly stops. So who is Tom again? Tom was the guy maybe trying to help her. And like the priest, Julie is her sister. We already got a Juliet moment though, even without seeing Julie, which was the mom killing herself with the fucking guy, with the dad. Right, how romantic. We want to commit suicide together. Not a very good jump scare moment, and it was like a little bit, here we go, so it's going to be some sort of random monster that has nothing to do with anything. But oh no, the monster is just in her head, so it's still realistic. This is an analogy for what mental illness feels like. You feel like this random monster out of a cheap bootleg B horror movie is going to be choking you. She's going to try to jump out off her roof or out of her house. But I mean, Nick was hella sus, regardless of what mental state you're in. Right? I would have wanted to go outside. I wouldn't want to deal with other people. Just generally. I like how he even acknowledges that too. Without you, I wouldn't have a house. Yeah, just remember, it's her house. It's Sarah's house that she inherited from her parents when they fucking killed themselves, but... With all the crazy imagery we've seen, oh, is this like the book he was writing? But it's already like in book form though, so how could that be? This is like the Here's Johnny, or not Here's Johnny, all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. But this doesn't even look like something he wrote. It looks more like something that was already there. I can't even see exactly what it says, but it says like the same thing over and over. Apple, apple, yeah. Really, dude, really? You're going to use the exact Shining scene? I wasn't even trying to be mean by doing that. Right, by making that analogy, like anything with a typewriter is automatically The Shining. But they even use the same thing. Like, I'd love to see somebody analyze this. I guess I technically am doing it, but there's a lot of it's just going to be nonsense. Like, it's just random stuff happening just to fill the space, and could have left at any time that you want, like before. How can you hear him so well outside, though, at that distance? They're like whispering. You can do it in some way that you, like, record stuff to the point that, you know, you record his voice, so, oh, no, it's not just in my head, unless you think the recording is in my head, too. Record it with a camera. You don't got a fucking camera phone or something. You've been with me the whole movie. That's the problem. Oh, there it is. Obligatory shot number 1 fucking million. We're seeing the whole mom and dad do that shit. So what caused them to do that? We still don't know. This was always a cool image, although I don't remember the dad being dressed up like a pig. He was just on the bed and just dying. And then she killed herself too. Yeah, the pig wasn't in that thing at the beginning, unless I just missed it. Okay, I don't really want to see this again, but it was a good scene nonetheless. Yeah, didn't you already say all this shit like at the beginning? Or you're trying to imply that the pig killed them. Meaning Nick, dressed up as the pig. She falls backwards out of her window. Because that's a great idea. Good dramatic imagery. Kind of totally unnecessary, but a little bit of an Exorcist-esque image there, too. Oh, here we go. Actual full exorcism. Too many movies trying to do this same shit. Right, that's not even the nature of what this movie was really about. Is that her sister on the side there? Like, yeah, let's just check all the boxes. Take me instead, like how the guy, Karis. Really, let's just speed run and show a quick little exorcism scene just because. Oh, that'll explain everything. Even though, again, that had nothing really to do with the movie. She was being drugged and stuff. So why would she need to be possessed? But yeah, let's just fit all these obligatory kind of scenes in there. the obligatory Shining scene where he's writing the same word over and over, the obligatory, the obligatory exorcism scene. Now let's have an obligatory monster chasing throughout the house scene. So what happened to Nick and everything, though? Or all that was just in her head the whole movie? Possessing you or what? He was possessing you to, oh, now you're going to take over and be the next Nick and keep her in her house forever? Oh, this sets up for a sequel now. She's going to become... If you donate $500 to my church. This is how you convert somebody to your religion. That is the weirdest innuendo ever. Let me fill your hole for you. But no, like, was Nick possessing her then? Or he was both possessing her but also role-playing as her husband? But you can still be mad at her, like she stole your inheritance or whatever it was that Nick was saying, even though he was obviously lying. Right now, you owe me half the house for doing this. Like, what happened to everybody else? Where is Rose? Where is Nick? Right? They just were demons and they got exorcised out of her, I guess. And like, what the fuck kind of an explanation was that? It's just so random. Like, what, you'll be guessing, oh, what parts of that were in her head and what weren't, and this and that. Oh, no, I don't want tea. You're going to roofie it, you fucking cunt. I'm nervous. I'm nervous about roofies every second now. She's going to totally do it too, and that'll be the twist. The sister was doing it to you the whole time, even though you did just get exercised. Oh, no. No more pills, dude. Fuck the pills. You're going to do the same thing that Nick did. Yeah, but when did the demonic possession come into it? Did we forget about the whole demonic possession thing? That might have been what was making her do something? Or somehow the act of trying to kill herself awakened the demon, like whatever, when he said the sweet sound of the razor blade on your wrist. She's realizing that maybe she's the one doing it, but I don't get still. But wait, it was always her the whole time? I don't even get it though. So it was always her, but so what? It makes no sense, because Nick even warned her that your sister was the one to blame. So you already were kind of, you were already thinking that it was her. I'm so fucking confused by this stupid ass fucking movie. there were aspects of it that could have been fun, but I don't know. Like, I almost want to hear an explanation. Yeah, tell me what Free Fall was about. I'll look up like some YouTube video explaining it. What the fuck happened? One of those long-winded ones that goes scene by scene and just narrates it through, which I think are so dumb, but they're apparently pretty popular. Man finds a spider in his cup of tea and it turns him into Spider-Man, and that's how the titles are, basically. Man gets bit by a spider, becomes a crime-fighting vigilante. It won't tell you the name of the movie, but Free Fall movie. I am genuinely so fucking confused. Like, I have no idea what happened. So it was really her, which maybe I suspected a little bit. Everything's going to be different now. She's using the pill. And what made her realize it there? It was like the fact that she was basically able to... I don't even know what made her realize it. Because like all that stuff happened after. She was kind of already drawing the connection a little bit. I don't know, I can't even find anything on it. It checks a lot of obligatory boxes that you would expect to see, but it doesn't mean that that's really good. I can't even navigate this at all, so whatever. It was okay. I'll give it like a D, I guess. It just, I don't know. And people use that as a cop-out sometimes, like, oh, if you didn't like it, you just didn't get it. But you're right, I didn't get it. But even if I did, right, it wasn't exactly the most profound. Oh my god, I cannot navigate this at all. It just doesn't work. Holy shit, I'm not even gonna try. I'm gonna fucking crash. I don't know why. I'm clicking the search button, but it won't search. It just doesn't want to work. What the fuck, bro? Well, whatever. So we could watch another one of those next time, but that was kind of disappointing. Or I could watch more shorts. Or I could watch American... I should just watch American Horror Story, just period. I should just do it. Right, at least watch a couple episodes or something. I like what I did with Sopranos or even some of these other ones, because even though I didn't watch like the whole thing, I watched a satisfactory amount to get a taste of it, and then I got to like some sort of failure state condition of my own. Like, whatever, Livia wins because she kills Tony, and whatever, my own little RP of the series. Let's just look like some random short film again. So this is OK Google with like a Google Nest or whatever the fuck they're called. And of course it's going to be like a century long. Of course, actually it's not though. So we're starting in 3, 2, 1. Called OK Google, short film 2019. There is some creepy stuff that happens with these sometimes. Like, they'll be laughing in the middle of the night or something. Sometimes people can set that up themselves, but you can kind of program them to do whatever you want, or to say whatever you want, so it'll seem orchestrated. Why would that scare you then if you just told her to do it? I don't get what you just noticed. Like it already was off or something. How about you turn the light on so you can see them, you dumbass? Or imagine if this was like taken down by Google because it makes their thing look bad. Got this nice little blue light going, but you never know. It seems like this too. Like, how is it supposed to look? Right? Like, oh, something looks unusual, but you don't know how his room normally looks. Like, I love that in my context. Like, my room is so dirty that, a killer will come to kill me, but they'll trip on something and fall and die, right? It'll fuck up their plan, because nobody would expect it to be that dirty. Like, you go against all the conventional tropes of what you would want to do. That would turn into like a comedy. You have to navigate this obstacle course of traps that is unintentional just because I'm so lazy or dirty or something. That would literally be my horror short film. It's like somebody comes in with all the cliches, but then it's like, oh shit, Michael Myers trips over my dirty laundry and random shit. Why not just leave your lights on, like, all the time? Like, how does it hurt? It doesn't cost that much, dude. Leave your lights on overnight if you're worried about this type of shit. I mean, it could just be bugging out normally, but he unplugged it or something. But, is that even how they really work? Like they don't have a battery charge? Just throw it outside then or some shit. Or like, yeah, somebody could just have hacked into it. At least it's letting you know what it's doing. Or yeah, I like how Megan ended where, like there's a little light or some shit to show that, she'll be back in the sequel. She somehow put herself back into the home system or something. It wasn't a bad movie, but it was just kind of ordinary. But some of the satire and stuff was pretty funny. But it's unplugged. But that was like a combination of different things going on, where your thing is bugging out, but also there's like a killer there too. I thought it would just be the source of the horror and the killing would be the Google itself somehow, right? It would cause like shit to, I don't know, it would cause your doors to stay locked, and it would cause your heat to go up so high that you'll suffocate, or I don't know what the fuck it could do, but something like that where it'll just get you killed itself. But no, there actually was somebody else in there that maybe has nothing to do with the Google thing, and so your thing was just kind of bugging out and fucking out. That's an easy lawsuit, though, at least for your kids or family. Or like, like when a GPS tells you to drive off a cliff, then, you know what I mean? Like, you shouldn't do it, but it also shouldn't tell you to do that. Or like all these self-driving cars that, could get in an accident or cause some shit to happen. It's still better than the average driver, am I right? So yeah, that was okay. That was like maybe a C or a D. And, this is people just being too spoiled by technology, though. Why can't you just have like a switch that you would have there anyway? Right, like just use it the old-fashioned way, using light switches, of course. That's old-fashioned. And that speech was hilarious on the cannibal table of the dude, of the Nick, with the chick, with Sarah. Like, I'm so confused, though. Like, the sister was trying to take advantage, right? And so she was giving her pills and stuff. But I don't get it, because what about all the demons and the exorcism and all that shit? And what about like we saw that happen. Like, that would almost be an unnecessary element. It might have worked better if there was no supernatural element like that. Like, there is no exorcism, there are no demons, it's just all in her head, even if she is being gaslighted and manipulated by the drugs and stuff. At least that would give you a good reasoning behind it, like, her sister is messing with her, even though, Nick is actually a demon who's possessing her. Like, I don't fucking understand what happened. Like, where did they go? Where did Rose and Nick go? They were just all in her head the whole time, or, again, they were just demons who were messing with her, but it's just kind of arbitrary, random shit sometimes. Okay, so today I was scrolling through the Hulu categories again for the movies, and last time I looked through and we saw that Free Fall. Obviously that wasn't very good, so I won't just do them in alphabetical order or random, because it wasn't terrible, but it was just not anything special. So, but this time I was scrolling through and I couldn't find the horror tag before, or when I looked up horror there were only like 67 things that showed up, but now I did find it, like when you're scrolling through at the top on the movies. So I did actually see it this time. I don't know why I couldn't see it before. It just went through like comedy, history, and then that was it. But I'm actually going to watch Split now for the first time. The 2017 movie, I guess, and I guess it's supposed to be related to Unbreakable somehow. I don't know exactly how that works in the same universe, but maybe I should watch Unbreakable again, but whatever. I barely remember even anything about it. But yeah, like, I'm not really too much of an M. Night Shyamalan fan. In fact, I've made fun of him a lot over the years. Signed is obviously a movie that I was always very defensive of, and even had it on my list of like top 100 movies of all time and stuff like that, and people always criticize me for that. So that's one of my histories with him, is at least just, his first couple movies were really good. He peaked early, and then he completely got too arrogant, full of himself. The studios let him get away with anything. Lady in the Water is the best proof of that, like, where they such a movie could not exist, just by somebody making it so bad. The studio would intervene and stop you, but they kind of just let him get away with whatever he wanted, and sort of smelling your own farts period of your career, that you do have talent, but you're kind of getting too full of yourself, and you think that every idea you have is just good. So The Happening was bad. Nothing happens in The Happening. The Village, I don't think, is as bad as people say. The music in particular is very good, but it's not great, at least. It's just kind of okay. So The Village was not very good. The Happening was terrible. Lady in the Water is atrocious. And then after that, I kind of just stopped even watching his movies altogether, so my opinion is not very high of his. But since that movie Trap is either already out or is coming out soon, then you have the desire, okay, I'll watch this, just whatever. Not that I'm even going to watch Trap necessarily, but watching this movie is itself a trap, because I'm expecting it to be good. But it does have Anya Taylor-Joy earlier in her career. He does deserve some credit for that, right? Sort of bringing her to the spotlight and sort of finding her in a way that, if he didn't give her a chance on this, despite how much of a clown he is, she might not have gotten as much exposure as she did. So this definitely helped her. And so I don't know anything about it aside from the fact that obviously the guy maybe has a split personality based on the name. And the only scene from it that I've seen on YouTube just randomly for whatever reason is the one where they're in the car, which I assume is towards the beginning of it. They're in the car and their dad is missing or something. And so the guy's sitting there and she's like, "Sir, you have the wrong car." And then he knocks her out or something. So the only thing with that is I'm already going to be victim blaming. I haven't even watched the movie. But like, you could have easily just opened the door and ran out, or you could have easily just screamed or said something or done something. Instead, you act like you're not afraid, and maybe in a way, like, why would you be? Because you think, he just accidentally really does have the wrong car. You don't know that there's anything to be afraid of yet, so just say, okay, sir, you have the wrong car. But it's kind of a weird tonal scene, like where she's really, frozen in fear, and the kids in the back don't realize it, right? They're just kind of talking and laughing or whatever. And so she realizes it's somebody else, but so then she'd just say, okay, you have the wrong car, and she wouldn't have any reason to be afraid yet. Or, she's frozen in fear and she's terrified, which means she knows something's wrong, but then she still plays it off like, sir, you have the wrong car. But then she doesn't just open the door and run out like she easily could do, because she's just kind of sitting there and the guy's not even watching her. You could easily just flick the door, even if it's locked from the inside, you can just open it yourself. That's like a fallacy that a lot of horror stories have, is that, the door is locked, but you can open it yourself, right? There's always like a little switch or a button in a passenger. I've never seen a car where it's locked from the inside and you need the driver or the key's permission to open it. No, there's always like a button or a latch that you can move yourself. Maybe, and you're familiar with the car too. It's not like you're in an Uber. Like, I'm thinking of that Uber short horror thing that I saw, right, where the guy, and in a similar fashion, he has like this thing that looks almost like a fire extinguisher that he uses to knock people out. But he like has a crush on the girl and somehow hijacks her Uber, which is quite a lot of dedication, right? So this seems more like a random act. Again, that's the only scene from this that I've seen, though, where they're just in the car in a parking lot in a highly populated area. That I am going to victim blame a little bit there. Like, you could do a number of things about it, but whatever. So other than that, again, I'm not too high on M. Night Shyamalan in his later stage of his career. He made The Last Airbender. He made, like, Devil, the elevator movie. After that, I didn't even watch those necessarily, but aside from those, I never really even paid attention to what he was doing, so this could be a mistake, but I guess you could say I'm kind of split on his career, that the beginning was very good. That's literally what the name describes, not just the movie, but, his career is split in two halves of very good movies at the beginning, and then terrible ones later on where he got maybe too full of himself, so I almost don't even feel bad for him. It does feel like, again, you're just sort of sniffing your own farts sort of tendency where the studio's letting you do whatever you want for a while, and then after a while even they realize it, but he's still able to have made a lot of movies after that. Like, even after The Last Airbender, you think they would have just been done with him, at least as far as major productions, but he's still gotten some of these off the floor. So he's gotten plenty of chances, which I am surprised by. So I'm not going to go in with a negative attitude, but generally, his best work was at the beginning. The Sixth Sense, I don't think is as good as... These are like some of the old disagreements I had when I would do film talks and stuff in the past. The Sixth Sense is a very good movie, but I don't think it's as great as people make it out to be, and it relies maybe too much on the twist. That's where he gets his reputation, like, oh, what a twist, this and that. But it is very good, but it's not as great as people make it out to be. Unbreakable was good, but again, not anything like groundbreaking. And then I guess you could say The Ground is unbreakable because he didn't break, it's nothing groundbreaking, But, and then Signs, I thought, is his best movie and a masterpiece, one of the best movies ever made. And a lot of the criticisms, people had disagreements with me on this and almost thought I was being a contrarian for some reason for, putting it on my list of 100 best movies and everything like that. But I genuinely think it is, because the character study and character development of Mel Gibson's character is so good, of course, and really one of the best ever. There's scenes towards the end where he sort of regains his faith, and so that whole dynamic is amazing, where he's with the kid having an asthma attack, and it's more about that. The character study is saying, I hate you, but he's not talking to the kid, he's talking to God, to show that, like, oh, he's regained his faith, but in a negative way, he thinks God is against him, not that he doesn't think he exists at all. So that's like a good way to show that he's coming around, just in a different sense. And so just the whole dynamic with that character is so deep and so multi-layered that it's not about the actual signs for the, whether you believe it or not. It's about whether he believes it or not and how important that is to him after everything he's been through. And again, the main criticism people have is of the aliens, which is fair, right? They don't do the best job at giving exposition for that or making them feel threatening from a logical standpoint. A lot of the buildup is pretty scary with the, seeing them in the crops and the cornfield and all that. The buildup is very, very good. The music is very good. But, yeah, once you see them, they're kind of underwhelming, just basic, generic CGI, green alien man that we've seen that image a million times before. And so it was very uninspired. So I do criticize that element, but to me, it's just not the most important element in the movie, and I feel that that's the part that people miss. It's not really about aliens. It's not really about the horror element. Yes, that is a big part of it, and it doesn't entirely deliver, although, like I said, mostly until the very end, it is fine. But, like, oh, they seem to have trouble with pantry doors. Like, okay, I'm not going to be a shill and try to defend every little thing about it. Some of that seems a bit underwhelming, but again, maybe he's just... I don't know how you'd explain it. Like, them, an alien separated from their technology is no different than a human, right? If, as advanced as we are, let's say, we've been to the moon, but if you had some random dumb shit human and you took away all their technology, now all of a sudden, they're not that impressive. So just having great technology doesn't magically make you able to do superhuman things and, anything like that. So that's number one. The whole water thing, you could say they came out of desperation, right? Their planet's dying, so they don't have a choice. They can't be picky. It was like, they didn't know the planet has water. But even if they did know, there might not be anything they can do about it, right? They could just, and even as that military guy says, they're coming just as reconnaissance to see if it's safe for everybody else. So they can obviously discover over the course of this time that it's not safe for everybody else. So they give you little breadcrumbs. That the guy talking on the radio, they didn't come here for the planet, they came here for us, to harvest us. Like, it's just throwing out a lot of crackpot theories. The book that the kid is reading, that they wouldn't use their technology because, see, they do explain a lot of it, but again, I'm not going to show for it. The way they present it is still unconvincing. Whether they're wearing a biosuit, maybe that's not really what they look like. I'm not going to try to come up with all these explanations that there's little breadcrumbs that can make you think that, but really they just didn't think it through, and it's maybe a subliminal sign of what was to come with M. Night Shyamalan, that he would have good ideas in certain ways, but he would miss some of the big elements. So the alien element there I will criticize, but the reason why it's still one of the best movies ever is because that's not the most important part of the film. It's the character dynamic, the development. All the characters, in fact, are really well written, so even if the kids are a bit maybe too well written, that sometimes his problem is like they're overwritten. Like, what kids really talk like this? But he always has the sensibility that the kids are like super observant, like how The Sixth Sense, how he can see dead people, obviously. But just generally, that's a trope of his movies, just kids being super perceptive or saying things with double meanings. There's a monster outside my room. Can I have a glass of water? Like that moment, or just some element that they're sort of clairvoyant or they have special powers and they're sort of tapped in, very sensitive to things more so than adults, and they notice things that adults don't, right? That we see a lot. So, yeah, again, the alien element, I get it. It deserves some criticism, but the simplest way to explain it, and again, I'm not going to play defense for him, you can criticize it. It is fair. The reason why it doesn't ruin the movie is because most of the build-up is still pretty good, and then the payoff at the end isn't what the movie is really about, but it's more so about, again, Mel Gibson regaining his faith and everything like that. Graham and Meryl Hess, obviously, are the characters, so I wasn't saying that because you might think, I don't even know their names, but I don't think people will know their names offhand, so I'm just assuming, Mel Gibson, Joaquin Phoenix, people will know it more like that, what I'm talking about. But the point is that you have a situation where the alien point is not the strongest point, but even there I'll defend it a little bit, what I was saying is the one explanation you could give is, again, they're just desperate, so they're not coming by choice. Either they're coming as reconnaissance, so of course they don't know. This is their attempt to discover whether there's something dangerous or not, like that the water is even toxic to them. And then number two is, we don't see any of their technology, so even though the kid says, they wouldn't use their technology because they don't want to risk a nuclear war or something like that, so they would come in all covert-like and use hand-to-hand combat so they don't destroy the planet, whether it be because of their own technology use or our own nuclear weapons, if they fought in a more formalized way. So that's not a bad observation. But the other point is, again, they could just be desperate. They've used all the resources on their planet and they haven't been able to find a suitable planet, so now they've just found this in their moment, like a serendipitous moment. We finally found one that's inhabitable, and so now we're desperate, so let's just go there and harvest it for its resources. But then, just in bad luck or serendipities for the humans, that it happens to be that the water is toxic to them, and so if it wasn't, it could be a defeat on two levels. I'm obviously thinking about it deeper than even the filmmakers did, but it's not a question of, the water is toxic to them, therefore they lose the battle against humans and they couldn't take us over. They could still take us over, but what it means is they've lost, period, because they were desperate for the Earth's resources, right, and their own planet is barren. So now that they realize, the water itself is toxic to us, which means we're not going to really be able to live here and we're not going to be able to really use the resources because a lot of other things might be toxic too, etc. So what it shows you is, it's like a moral defeat for the aliens, we can't live here and we can't use the resources. It's useless to us, more so than, it's dangerous to us, right? They were desperate, they were coming for resources, and now they can't find them here because they're all toxic and useless for them. So that's the real point, or at least that's what you could interpret. And so the point is, look at them more in a position of desperation rather than, they're coming in at their full power where, they're just looking around and seeing, how could they not know it's toxic to them, or how could they not be better prepared and this and that. And then the final point is just, most horror movies could be discredited in the same way, but some reason people don't do that. Like, why do the monsters or the supernatural powers typically work the way they work in a horror movie? They just do just because they have to, right? Not because they... You know what I mean? You wouldn't logically analyze the powers and the supernatural elements in most stories because of the simple fact that you just take it for granted and give it benefit of the doubt and sort of give it a... what do you call it? Like suspension of disbelief. So, why do why does Michael Myers work the way that he does? How come he never dies? Or why does, in The Exorcist, why do the powers of the devil work exactly the way they do? And if he's really the devil, why does he have to use this little girl and, make a big display of this and make it so obvious and not hide his identity? And why he can't remove these straps from himself when he's tied up? And why does he waste so much time and effort on this little girl and this family? You could say, it's to get to the father that he was trying to kill, Marin, but there's a million other ways he could have done that, or he could wreak havoc all around the world, but it's reduced to this one little specific thing where, this is the devil himself, or Pazuzu, whatever, as powerful as he is. But then he ends up wasting all his time in possessing a little girl in a bedroom, and that's the whole movie, right? Like, why reduce it just to that when you could have so much more power? It's much too vulgar a display of power, he says, but it just doesn't make sense because he could be, again, wreaking havoc all around the world, as parts of the movie earlier sort of suggest, like, he shows the dogs going crazy, or the woman on the chariot almost runs Marin over, and all these kind of other things. Or he's even, can you help a poor altar boy father in the subway? Right? All those things are there. And so what you have is a position to... you can see his influence is so wide-ranging, but then why does it bog down to just this random girl? So you can always pick on these things in a horror movie or in anything with supernatural stuff. Like, if you really read into it deeply, probably it doesn't make that much sense. Now, again, that's not really a good defense because it should make a bit more sense. And again, I'm not defending the alien point, but just because of the character study, development, writing, and all of those ways, I do think it's one of the best screenplays ever written, and I do think that it's one of the best movies for sure. Again, not near the top of the list, but even for it to have been on my top 100 is pretty high. I'm not doing that to be a contrarian. I genuinely think it's one of those things that sort of speaks deeply to maybe cinephiles in a certain way. Like, you look at it from a perspective that Chris Stuckman has a similar feeling on it, right? So I'm not denying the flaws of it to do with the aliens and stuff, but I don't think it's the most important thing. And in fact, maybe that's to its credit. It uses the aliens as like a prop, right? Just as a tool, as a device, as a plot device, kind of like it's a long episode of The Twilight Zone, a long and very good episode of The Twilight Zone. I think Richard Roper said that, but I'm not sure what exactly Chris Stuckman says about the aliens, but the point is, rather than trying to explain it in some other way and justify their flaws, let's just say the exposition isn't as good as it could have been, and it's kind of unclear and it's not done as well as it could have been, right? Even if there are explanations you could give. And so my point is that you would have a position where it can cop out in at least one way that's good by saying, well, the aliens aren't really the point of the movie, and that's not really what it's about. And so based on that, you have a situation to say, most movies can't say that, right? Most of them do fall back on their horror elements, like, it starts, even Halloween, right? The original Halloween by John Carpenter. What other moral or character developing message or themes does it have? It just starts off, Michael Myers is the killer, and then he just goes around, he stalks people, he kills them. It's very good on a technical level, and especially for the time and the budget and all that, we give it credit. But all I'm saying is some of the best horror movies ever, one of the reasons why I always sort of criticize the genre overall, it's about the horror elements. Like, he's coming after you, he's killing you, he's stalking you, and then he either succeeds or fails. and then that's it. The movie ends, right? What other depth does it have? Dr. Loomis has some good dialogue, and some of the character interactions are okay, but it's just a bunch of rowdy party kids, and they're babysitting, and they're having sex, and all these kind of things, and then they get killed, right? There isn't really much else to the movie. There's certainly no character development like what we see with Mel Gibson's character, his loss of faith, trying to get it back, struggling with that, all of these other dynamics involved. It's not really, there's nothing like that in most horror movies. That's what I don't like about them. That even the good ones, like, oh, look at the killer, and it's so technically good, and you get a jump scare, and all of these unnerving moments and stuff like that. Yes, that might be good. The music might be good. The camera angles and movements and shots, they might be all good, but where is the deeper element to the story? There's no real story that it attempts to tell, right? It starts off, there's this crazy killer. He's trying to kill everybody. Then you keep escaping from him the whole movie. He stalks them. They try to get away. They try to figure out his weakness and the minutia of the supernatural powers. And then by the end, they either beat him and defeat him or get killed by him. And that's about all there is to it, right? So it never really escapes out of that. Like, here's a good example. John Carpenter, right, with They Live, and I mean, obviously he made Halloween too, so it's kind of weird, but later on, like, They Live, and where the glasses kind of have a social commentary and satire about society, at least there's some other deeper element there at work than just, oh, it's about, the zombies and the aliens taking over, whatever it is, I can't even remember. Like, they're aliens and they've taken over the planet, but you can only see them with the glasses. At least that has some social commentary to it. And then the other one is The Thing, right, where he was trying to show sort of like this, he was trying to sort of show this Cold War almost McCarthyism thing where you're all sort of turning against each other and suspecting people, and the reason why you're doing that is because of the simple fact that it's sort of like monsters do on Maple Street, that kind of thing, where you're all suspecting each other. And so it at least has that dynamic that makes it more interesting than, oh, it's just a thing going crazy and killing everybody, and even imitating them as a gimmick, that, oh, that's one of his powers. Instead, you focus on that overall, where you're able to basically figure a way to add another, again, Cold War, Red Scare, McCarthyism, all this kind of stuff into it. And what that does is it at least adds a different layer and dynamic. So I've never been that big a fan of The Thing, at least, but it does give you at least some depth to that with respect to, there's at least something to it more than just simply the horror element and the gimmick and the supernatural powers and stuff. But again, even in that, there's so many logical loopholes you can find, like, why do they, I don't know, like, they let people still roam around too freely once they know what this thing can do, and this thing seems like it has so much power that it can just kind of do whatever it wants, right? Like, why not just have one of them run away and they're just gone and frozen underneath the ice and then they're safe forever? They didn't qualify it enough. It seems like the creature can just kind of do whatever it wants whenever it wants, so it makes it hard to believe that it would ever lose or struggle, right? So it's sort of like game theory, but it's also not. There's no clear rule, so when anything can happen, you don't really care what happens, like how Roger Ebert says about some other movie, but that is kind of my issue with it. Is there's something more specific that I said, but I can't remember exactly. Like, it's just kind of random, right? Whatever the creature needs to do, it'll do. Whatever the people need to do to stay alive, they'll do. It's like, it's just happening because that's how the story needs it to happen, but there's so many things it could do, right? Like, it could just run away with one of these things at any point, right? Like, why would it keep coming back or always taking over the people? They would need to qualify it more. Like, the only way that it's going to survive, right? Like, it takes over the dogs, and then one of the dogs could just run away, and then you're screwed, right? Even assuming that everything it ever took over is already dead, and the last version of itself, right, is right in front of you, it runs away, like in the ventilation shaft or something like that, and then it's just gone. It's just gone forever, and you'll never find it. Right, who's to say that, they could say, oh, if it'll die out in the cold, but then they also say, oh, it'll try to freeze beneath the ice and wait for somebody else to rescue it. So if it can just do that and freeze beneath the ice, then you can never beat it because it could just do that anytime it wants, right? It would have to be that, oh, somehow going out in the ice will get it killed instead. Okay, so I'll start off a little ASMR eating session, but I'll do I'll actually start watching, and so again, I just have some reservations. I respect M. Night Shyamalan's sort of potential or greatness, but I feel like he wasted a lot of it, so he's a perfect example of that. Just, I wouldn't even say a one-trick wonder, but it's like just peaking early and then sort of falling off, and so I'm not entirely happy with his career or his later work, but let's just give Split a chance, and again, we'll keep an eye out for what the tie-in to Unbreakable is, but like I said, I haven't seen that in a long time, and I've forgotten what it even was about entirely. Like, you know, somebody's a fan of comic books, and this guy's this unintentional superhero where he doesn't realize he has powers, but he kind of does. That's how he survives the train, whatever, thing at the beginning, stuff like that. But, and yeah, I'd have to see what other M. Night Shyamalan films have I not seen that maybe I could get around to seeing eventually. And then one of the other things is just, I mean, I guess partly, it's in anticipation of Trap. Not that I'm necessarily even going to see it or that I want to see it, but he's just somebody who went down like a gimmick path, right? Like everything will be what you probably expect it to be. It'll be all the cliches, check all the boxes and stuff, but I guess these did pretty well. And then I think there was a sequel to this too. So that's why people will call it like the Unbreakable Trilogy or something. Or maybe this must be the first one. Well, it would be the middle, I guess, of the three, but there's another movie in this series that came out after it, I'm pretty sure. And I don't know what it is. So I hope that I don't have it backwards, that somehow this was the second one that came out. No, it couldn't be, though. Let me maybe just look up what it is. What is it called and when did it come out? Basically the sequel to Split. And then I'll have to do it over a couple sessions. Or I guess I could do it once now and then once later today. Split sequel. Glass. Okay. So, not even saying I would watch that one, but let's just give it a chance. I don't know why. I've just been feeling like watching horror stuff lately, so we could obviously do, I don't know, I was just kind of at a loss for what to find on Hulu. It doesn't seem like Hulu has the best selection with this. It has A Quiet Place 2, but not 1, so I guess I haven't seen either of those, so I would want to watch them in order. Or I would almost do like an M. Night, expose, where I go through every single one of his movies, or at least the ones that I haven't seen. And his first credit is apparently something weird. He had, directed or played a part in some comedy movie. Let me actually show. This is, a fun fact that not a lot of people know about. His first movie wasn't a horror movie. It was, Dr. Dolittle or some shit. He played a part in that or did something behind the scenes. Let me actually look up M. Night. But obviously that's just, a way to try to get in the industry. And then Sixth Sense was his big thing, but he had done a couple little minor things before that. It was a good, almost trivia question. What was his first thing ever? Known for Lady in the Water, which is not a good thing to be known for. Producer, don't really care. So writer, he only has 18 credits, though. I'm actually surprised it's not more. Knock in the Cabin. Let me just look through his whole filmography. It's very annoying to navigate this somehow. In this position, I get this auto-rotate thing because it's horizontal, but it's meant to be vertical. Oh yeah, Praying with Anger. Maybe I should just go total in order if I could even find these. Praying with Anger. Wide Awake, The Sixth Sense. Stuart Little. Oh yeah, that's the one that I'm thinking of. But that probably was coming before Sixth Sense. Right, that was something he had just somehow been a part of. So he helped to write Stuart Little, Unbreakable, Signs, The Village. So, right around this period, 2006, he went downhill. Lady in the Water is terrible. The Happening is bad. Last Airbender was very badly received. Devil, which was a smaller budget production, but still. After Earth was a disaster. I kind of forgot about that one with Will Smith. So they kept giving him chances. After Hours, But that's just like a guest screenwriting thing. The Visit, Split Glass, Old. He just started doing one-name titles. One-word titles. Knock at the Cabin is the one that I saw ads for. See, he just takes a gimmick like that. Like, you have to kill somebody, otherwise the world ends, or something like that. So, like, his movies are perfect, like, bait in that way. Like, the twist is going to be a big thing. And they make perfect ads, like, when you see them in the theater or, like, whatever. Right? They make perfect premise ideas. But then when it comes down to the actual whole movie, it ends up being a waste. Like, it has a cool premise, a cool idea, a couple cool scenes, like they show off in the trailer. But then that's it. They're just sort of like trailer clickbait sort of premises in movies. So he has very few credits, actually. I thought there would be more things he's associated with. He directed 5 episodes of Servant, apparently. A TV show. Yeah, all these are kind of not really too highly rated. So, whatever, let's just give this a chance. But yeah, Praying with Anger, I don't even know exactly what it is, but I don't think it's anything horror-related. So, you always have to do those kind of things just to get noticed or whatever. You're early. Just to get some early credits and work in the industry. And then, of course, The Sixth Sense was his big breakthrough moment. But yeah, it is sad that his career has been so unbreakable. It almost should have ended despite, because of all his failures and terrible ones that we've seen here in the last, 10 to 15 years. And then you see how his career is split down the middle. It's almost like I had a sixth sense that was going to happen as soon as I saw Lady in the Water, that this was the beginning of the end. But his career is split down the middle with these absolutely devilish travesty works of fiction that he's made here. Absolutely terrible movie after another. So we're starting in 3, 2, 1. This is the Hulu version, just so you would know. Or let me do it again just to make sure, because it always does some sort of buffer thing. And it plays some advisory at the beginning, but that's been skipped once and it won't play again. So this is just simply minus 157.08 on the Hulu version. And we're starting in 3, 2, or you know what, let's maybe wait. Let me not even do it yet. I'll do it in a couple minutes when I'm really done doing this. So let's watch Chris Stuckman's review of Signs and see if he mentions the alien stuff. Because I've seen Nostalgia Critic making fun of it. Or let me actually play devil's advocate and see what negative things he says. And again, a lot of them are probably fair. But it's we're looking at 2 different areas of the film, which it is fair to bring it up, but yeah, and then he made another video later, Real Thoughts, which means he probably backpedaled because it's so good. But again, I think it's fair to at least criticize that element of it, the horror element. He's sympathizing with his decline. He peaked far too early. He's a better writer even than he is a director at times. I don't think his acting was bad either. I didn't even know it was him when I first saw it, right? When he played Ray Reddy. It's definitely a movie that's split down the middle. If you focus on the alien element, should have been the next Hitchcock. Why would it be the next Spielberg when Spielberg didn't make a lot of horror movies? It's very well written and very well acted, at least. Some of the direction I would question, if you know what helps you with a movie like this? If you read the screenplay, go look it up online and read it through. right, just on the written script. Without watching the movie, without the visuals, just simply read it as a script form. Like there's all these screenplay database where you can just look it up. If you read it like that, you'll realize how good it actually is. Sometimes the direction is a little bit aimless, like again with the effects on the aliens, or if you just improve their portrayal a bit. Imagine if he actually remade this or something. Yeah, if you just fix the alien element a little bit with the presentation, which of course is a big element, but you only see them at the end. But it's amazing that they still manage to mess it up. You see them so little, but they're so generic looking too. He's sort of nitpicking here a little bit, like just tell us the name of the place or whatever. None of that really matters. Main point is the aliens and their behaviors and their capabilities seem lacking. How can they be so stupid or unaware of the water thing or incapable? Which they kind of do explain with some of that exposition, right? They'll try to do he picks on some of this dialogue, but it's just kind of meandering, everyday gossip. Some of this is pretty funny or just whatever, normal everyday dialogue. I mean, plenty of stories do that. But see, that's just not the nature of the movie. It's not you wouldn't draw your gun because it's not that kind of action sort of thing. You're just expecting a different sort of genre from it altogether. It is very Hitchcock-esque with that minimalistic thing where they don't show you anything until like the end, or, it's more build-up. So in that sense, it is very well directed. Yeah, he won't even address that whole character development issue of the film. Losing their faith and everything like that. A lot of this stuff is nitpicking. And he kills like 2 dogs. The aliens kill the dogs later, so that's always a cardinal sin. Yeah, that is always fair. You should have been able to hear that. It must have happened very fast, I guess. It's like a quiet, small town, meditative tone. Which again suits almost like a Twilight Zone episode. See, some of this is well written too, like just the small town humor of like trying to act tough and getting the father to swear. But most of what he said so far isn't very substantial. Or that's pretty funny. He inserts the Mel Gibson rant there instead of him just swearing awkwardly from like what he was yelling at his wife on the phone. I haven't seen any of his stuff lately, but I don't know if he still does these reviews and stuff. Or this is like their cloaking technology at work, so we don't see that later. They can sort of camouflage, as we sort of see as the end, where part of the alien's arm becomes the kid's shirt, right? Or it looks like it. Everyday farmland can be scary, though, because it's kind of empty and you never know. It is sort of a good setting. Like classic pulp drama. She's the original uppity feminist. That's just, again, like just that funny, quirky dialogue. And he makes very good use of these pseudo news things on on the TV and radio and stuff constantly. It's pretty good. See, you're seeing it from a small town perspective. You're not seeing the thick of it, what could be happening in cities and stuff. Yeah, they had the same idea as the hoax, but the hoax is based on the idea that they would use it as symbols or something they could see from outer space, so it kind of makes sense, right? They would be able to see as they're coming the next time from a far distance that we created these symbols. It kind of makes sense, right? Every hoax is based on a theory that would make sense for real. This is a good comic scene where... Yeah, see, like, even this is M. Night Shyamalan's choice, though, to have the general act like that. The reconnaissance theory. But this is at least alien exposition number 1. That gives you a good idea, right? See if it's safe for the rest of them. So, of course, they wouldn't know that it's unsafe with the water. His acting is a little over the top, the general, but still, that is definitely M. Night Shyamalan's choice. Yeah, see, Twilight Zone reference, that's kind of what this is. See, this is a good expository dialogue, too. Okay, we get it. His acting isn't very good, or it's a little bit over the top. But again, I would think that this is very deliberate. Like, not saying that makes it good, but M. Night must have said to act this way. And of course, we get the great line at the end. Like, swing away, that the wife said as the last thing. That's always fair that you don't see him doing a lot of work despite owning the farm. But then if you did, you'd probably complain about that and say, we don't want to actually see him do farm work. And the music is, of course, outstanding. James Newton Howard worked with Shyamalan a lot. Right, like even The Village, that's to his credit. You really think it'd be a good idea to take them down? Or like that party scene, like a found footage type of horror, was very good. Yeah, see, this is a little overwritten problem. It's still good dialogue. But that's the point. What kid talks like the guy in obviously in The Sixth Sense? Do you think that's not a normal kid? He can see dead people and he talks at times a little bit articulately. So it's a double-edged sword. It's good dialogue at times, but it's also a little bit overridden for kids, so I get that. One of the best scenes is the one here, I think, where but see, this they're reading from a book too, so it's not too bad. Like that they're talking sort of unnaturally, the Dr. Bimbu's book. So I almost wanted to finish watching the rest of that just for the sake of whatever. It was kind of interesting, but the point is the main strong points are the character development, the dialogue, all of that, right, in the build-up. And the bad points are to do with the aliens and the exposition. But again, if you combine those few moments, this will be my final take. If you combine those moments, the general says they're staying in the shadows real covert-like, trying to assess the danger, it's reconnaissance. But that at least explains, okay, why wouldn't they know that they're weak against water? Because they're like a fire-type Pokemon. It's super effective. Why wouldn't they know that? Because, they've never been here before, and this is them coming here for the first time and doing reconnaissance, even if it's not as stealthy as maybe it should be. So at least that explains why they're not directly engaging people and why also they're not aware of basic things like the water. Right, that's number one. Number two is you hear from the book, like, why would they not use their technology? They'll use hand-to-hand combat so we don't use nuclear weapons, and so they don't also blow up the planet. So they don't also blow up the planet with their own technology because they want to harvest it and use it for resources. Now that kind of makes sense too. And then the one guy says on the radio, they came here for us, not for the planet. That seems kind of inconsistent, so they're just sort of throwing out theories left and right. But if they did come there for them, it doesn't really make sense because I don't know, that would require more elaboration. And then there's like one other piece of exposition that's like I don't know, just they've exhausted the resources on their own planet, so that would stand to reason that they're kind of desperate, so they're not coming from a place of power, they're coming from a place of desperation, like, we need to just figure out what we can do with this, like, we just happen to find it by sheer chance, it's our first time ever going here, we're desperately searching for a place to go, you know, it could be a rogue, renegade group of them that's not actually the main force, or it could be you know, this is how they send their exiles there, like their rejects. But again, all that's just kind of hypothesizing too far. The reality is that you would be in a position that it's not really adequately explained in a convincing way, so I can accept that, but they do at least try to provide some hypothetical explanations. I guess the best one is just, again, they're coming in a position of desperation, that they're coming because they need the resources and they need, you know, their planet's dying, so what can they do? Right, they have no choice, but obviously, it wouldn't matter, like, oh, we know we're weak against water, but we have no choice, or, you know, we're rushing, we're just kind of doing it just like that. That's almost what it feels like, too. They come in, they try to assess it quickly, right, stealthily, but then they realize, oh, this is too advanced for us, not not too advanced for them to take over, but too advanced for us to take over easily. And then, they have no choice but to show themselves, and they show the little, the ships and stuff, the UFOs, sitting around Mexico, so they're kind of planning an attack, and they're not sure what exactly to do. So whatever. You know what? I kind of want to watch the rest of that, too. I want to see what else he says. Fuck it, I'll just start this, but whatever, those are the core points. So we're starting Split in 3, 2, 1. I don't think I started it. It's so hard to fucking use this player. You gotta put the play button in the middle of the screen when it's paused. Right, they put it on the bottom left and there's no way to change it. And even when you hit start over, it doesn't always work quite right. Okay, this should be started over at the beginning. And so we're starting in 3, 2, 1. Okay, that'll go with no matter what, even if there's like a second delay. And then I always try to say like something that's happening. Like we got the little Universal logo or whatever. So I'll tell you once it's, okay, the U is coming up, the whatever. It might just be like a second off because when it starts, it doesn't always start right away, but it's like a black screen. So here you have the Universal logo and there you go. There it's properly oriented and then black screen. And then you see a little red light flickering thing in the middle like a bird. I don't know what it is. Right, this says, I can't even read it. Blinding light or something. Blinding indeed, because I can't fucking read it. BH Productions. I'll just read through some of these just so you know. Okay, it went to black. Quiet chatter and laughing. So we got the subtitles on. We see Anya Taylor-Joy, which that's the one good achievement of M. Night Shyamalan's later career. Despite all the shitty movies he's made, at least he made helped make Anya Taylor-Joy come to prominence and sort of discovered her. That was a very verbose dialogue already. She's, and how well that's gonna go last time I drive you around. Here we go. This is it. This is the scene already, dude. Just like that. Use your character development carefully. It may be your last, right? You won't have much time to do it. Everything that we see now is going to play such a big role later. But no, like she's both quiet and soft-spoken like there, but she also yells at people and gets in detention apparently, which she doesn't seem the type. She seems more like quiet and just a loner. Okay, so that's the little clue. So now it's going to be the wrong person who gets in the car. Like you see them switching out. It's kind of bad that I already know that's going to happen, but I guess they don't waste any fucking time. They just go right into it, dude. It's not even like 2 minutes in the movie. They just develop that she's a troublemaker. They're just gossiping in the background. But this guy does the old switcheroo, like just like in that short horror film where the guy's the Uber driver. So you see that the stuff is dropped on the ground. But now you do this slow thing that I don't like. Victim blaming moment one. Just open the door and get the fuck out, even if, and then start screaming. Like you see that it's, he's just so casual too. He's just chilling. Right, like he doesn't care. Or, oh, it was someone else who said that. Like, why you let him do this? You let him stray too, and then you're just frozen in fear. Like, I don't feel bad for you. You could still open the door. Even now you could open the door and just run out, but especially at the beginning. I guess I was a little bit wrong about it. She doesn't say it. She realizes something is wrong, but doesn't say anything. And then those two, you're so slow about it, dude. Just hold your breath, then it won't work. Okay, dude, you're not impressive or scary at all. You're a clown. I always judge villains like that. Hold your breath. Cover your mouth. Like, you just let it happen. You just let it happen. You don't put up any... You got 3 people in there. One couldn't escape in the amount of time. Like, when he's spraying the other 2, get the fuck out of there. And you might be like, oh, she doesn't want to leave the other 2, but call the cops or something. Right? And you know the car license plate or something. I don't fucking know, man. I'm very unimpressed by that already. It's not convincingly portrayed because everybody's just not on alert. Like, as soon as you... I don't know. She knew from the beginning that something was wrong, so you could just open the door and get out and then yell for help or something. Or go look for your dad. You saw the food was on the ground. You're just in a conspicuous public place in a parking lot. Like, it'd be pretty hard to do that. Break open the glass and start yelling outside the window and keep your head out the window. And it just felt too obligatory. Like, all those things had to happen. But no, as soon as you see him and you see that it's not the dad, just open the door and just go then. He wasn't on guard against you doing that. Or when he's spraying the other 2 chicks, right? He's distracted. Even after that, he's not really noticing. Yeah, let's turn this into a victim-blaming fiesta because obviously characters in horror movies are often clowns like that, but I'm saying I would have at least gotten out of that fucking car. I don't care, you're a man, woman, whatever. Hold your breath a little bit or something. Oh, so they're all going to be together. I thought they would be split up. For a while, or maybe later they will be. Got a nice bathroom at least. And that's what she's admiring. I'll give the character's internal monologue. Nice bathroom. What happened to my food? Moreover, I was hungry. I was waiting for him to bring me my fucking lunch. Right, that he dropped on the ground when the guy knocked him out. You're not impressive at all, dude. I want my villains to be impressive. You're a fucking clown dumbass. All 3 of us could rush you and you'd be fucking dead. You're a total clown. Not because you're a bad guy, that goes without saying, but because you're not impressive. You're not impressive. That was not an impressive display. First of all, it's just totally random. Why are you going after these 3? Right, just a senseless sort of crime. But second of all, you're just not very efficient. What did you use? Like a chloroform type shit? I don't even know. But no, I like how he's sitting all casually there in the car at the beginning. Like he's just another day, just sitting in the... We know that Anya's not going to die. Pee on yourself. That's your first response? Or he's doing it in front of them just to scare them too and keep them in line. Or did she actually pee? And that's a good way to stop an assault, is to pee on yourself. just dance. That's not the end of the world. I don't get it. Did she pee on herself or what? Like, how did she... I just asked him point blank, like, what do you want, dude? With all three of us, too. You don't think this is going to draw attention? Like, you kidnapped 3 people together. This guy's a gifted storyteller. Can't blame a man for looking at a rack. We don't know who any of these people are, really. That was totally a random scene. Or is that just her remembering something? She's going to always have all the tricks and advice. Like, pee on yourself is your first piece of advice, I guess. I mean, how many times can you really use that, though? It's like a lifeline. You do it once, then he'll clean you up, then do it again. Right, like, you can't just pee on command. Yeah, look at this. It's already on the fucking news. They'll find the dad drugged, obviously. Yeah, don't worry. This guy's a clown. He's not going to do shit. He doesn't have the balls. He doesn't have the brains. He's a total dumb shit. See, I'm more disappointed by how stupid he is and how inefficient he is than actually upset about his moral thing. Like, we know something bad's going to happen, but at least be good at being bad, which he's not, and have, like, more a sense of purpose to it. I guess Red John, one of my, villain... How about you team up on him and beat him up together, 3v1? What is this, like, victim mentality? Yeah, fight him. One of us, but then the other 2 will kill him. She's got a defeatist mentality. Yeah, I'll attack him together. I agree. Go crazy. He's a fucking dumbass, as you can clearly establish. I would do it. Like, what's he gonna do? He can't knock out all 3 of you. Hit him in the balls, and even, like, he doesn't want to kill his hostages, so force him to kill you then. That's fine too. Right? He doesn't want to, but he doesn't want to hurt you. He doesn't want to kill you. Keep cutting to this family trying to hunt. But you see, it's already on the news. Like, what the fuck, dude? Those are sometimes the crimes that bother people the most, are the ones that are random. Like, they'll just kill a random person for no reason. They don't even know, right? That can be disturbing because that can happen to anyone, anytime. They'll just kill you. They'll just abduct you in a parking lot for no reason. Wouldn't that work, though, if you held your breath? Like, you know he's going to try to do that. Hold your breath so you can't be knocked out if you're not even breathing in, right, for at least for a second. But no, I was saying the Red John thing, like, he commits crimes for no reason too, but at least he's better at doing them. I would never compare this clown to him, but I'm just saying. It's, you gotta have high standards for your villains. It's a kidnapping, abduction. What else do you think it is? I would have done it. Like, just act all calm and then rush him. It's 3v1, and this guy, again, is not very capable. A real villain would have two of them tied up at all times before dealing with one of them, like... The Visit, also made by M. Night Shyamalan. Hashtag ad. Can I call this guy Barry the Chopper, like from FMA? And see, this will be like making people is this implying that he wants to kill you? But no, like, this will get in trouble for mental disorder stuff. Like, oh, you're making fun of people who have split personality or bipolar or whatever. Right, like, oh, this isn't how it works. It doesn't mean one side of yours is going to kill somebody. His acting is pretty good. In fact, that's what this will be. And he refers to it even as us. But no, it's like, well, when you're so aware of it, can't you counteract it? That's what I always wonder about certain psychological conditions. But she notices something's wrong. But no, this will be like an acting showcase movie with both Anya and this guy. I don't know what this guy's name even is. Yeah, you're misrepresenting mental disorders. This is not how they work. Just like the word sociopath is always wrong. It doesn't mean you'll go out and kill people. It might mean you have less inhibition about doing that if you had a reason to, but you won't just do it for no reason. Shattered like glass. That's why the next movie is called Glass. Does that mean this guy survives into the next one, or maybe it's something else? first time anybody's ever bought something from one of those infomercials. That's the most unbelievable thing so far, that anybody would use one of that, especially in the modern day. Or they'll play it like they'll think there's two people, but it's really just him talking to himself. Dennis, I don't know if that's giving something away. Or that's a good trick. It's a good trick because they're both him, but he's not doing it as a trick. It just so happens that, he has that. They could be like twins, right? Like this is actually somebody different. So they'll try to use this one to they don't know what the fuck he's talking about. What are we here for? Then ask him questions. Then he's being kind of accommodating here. They're not going to have a follow-up conversation about that. It's cutting to all these unrelated people, like the therapist, the therapist and the hunting. I don't know who those people were hunting. But I want to see the family get all mad about it. Could have easily ganged up on him there too, like his guard was down, and he closes the door behind him, which means you could easily trap him in here. You're not trapping us in here with you. A little OCD, American Psycho tendency. Give us your morning routine. We'll use one of those on you to knock you out. Right, don't give us cleaning supplies. We could use them to kill ourselves or something. Oh, he meant like do it right now. No, you three are too much clowns, victim clowns. You are a sacred food. So is he a cannibal? I mean, you could have easily jumped him. I don't know what you're waiting for. Or he'll just eat us. He's a cannibal. Yeah, what is this victim's mentality? The point is, you know what I would say is force him to kill you, in other words. He's keeping you hostage, so he doesn't want to kill you yet, at least. So all three of you jump him, and even if he somehow gets the better of you, he will have to kill you, right? And so why not try to do that? Like, what do you have to lose when it's a 3v1 situation? He doesn't seem very well guarded. Like, just grab his arms and fucking kick him in the nuts, hit him in the head, get some trauma, as if he doesn't already have enough brain trauma, am I right? But no, it's like, or does he have more than two personalities then? Hedwig Dennis is the other one. Couldn't you beat him up in this situation? Like, if he's... You could easily beat him up, because, right, he's in a 9-year-old state. Now you can easily get him. You could have whacked him on the head or tried to hypnotize him with ASMR whispering. Good manipulation of him, I guess, but you could easily just hit him here. A little role play here. Babysitter Anya Taylor-Joy. Not scary at all, dude. You could have beat him to shut up. Whisper in your ear, you could have knocked him out. Use your little judo karate chops you were talking about, knock him out. why do you care about all this? Just, yeah, pull a Shawshank Redemption and break through the walls and shit. You don't think he'll hear all this shit that you're doing? No, that was the easiest time. You're afraid of what? And this guy role-playing as a 9-year-old kid, so you could easily choke him and grab him But oh no, we're just poor, weak little women, and 3 of us can't beat up one stupid clown guy. It's a good idea, I guess. Do this at some other point, not when he was right there. Save it for later. Yeah, you can block the door, can't you? You had the chance to beat the shit out of him. I'm just gonna keep saying it. It's got to be more convincing. I thought it would just be him and Anya. The fact that there's 3 of them. She just said, we're changing. Or now he'll change personalities. A 9-year-old shouldn't be using language like that. Or they'll all get out besides her, I guess, maybe. But it won't be like a true way out. It'll somehow be like a fake out, I guess. I don't know, I already am sort of disengaged a little bit with it just because of how easy it seems like it would have been. You could just like run away behind him here, but you might not know, obviously, entirely the way out. It's kind of too dark for me to even see anything now. But yeah, if even one of you gets out, it's worth it because you can call the cops and tell them where to go. Right, you'll be able to see from the outside where you are. Machinery clanking and whirring. Yeah, it won't be like a way out. It'll be some other random shit place. But it'll give you a clue at least to where you are. Like, what does he have? Like a whole fucking warehouse? I thought it was just his house. But she's gonna be maybe the first victim. How would he chase you so perfectly and know exactly where you are? Her breathing is a little bit too loud, dude. Second time you should have held your breath like when you're getting knocked out. I'm not saying it would work forever, but it would work at least for a second. Right? Because if you're not inhaling what he's spraying at you or whatever, right, it shouldn't really work. So that's like trick number 2. The other one was when she said pee on yourself. But this is just my idea, the whole How did he find you so easily like that? Is he gonna have like actual supernatural powers of some kind too? That'll make it stupid. Just like it being part of the unbreakable universe, that'll be the twist. That he has supernatural powers. shouldn't trick children, more like you shouldn't abduct them. You had a 3v1, so now I don't even know what to tell you. You've let him split you up. That's the whole key to the movie, that you fucked up. He said that he's not allowed to touch you or whatever, so what if you tried to beat him up? Then he still wouldn't touch you. So how's he going to fix that whole thing in the roof, though, that you couldn't escape, or he'll put you somewhere else? But in the amount of time that you did this, couldn't the other ones have escaped from the vent too? Yeah, like, couldn't they have escaped? I'm so confused. While he was chasing after her, couldn't they have gone in the same thing? I guess they needed, like, a boost to get in there, that's why. It's hard for me to sympathize with characters when the whole scenario is so dumb. Like, yes, this is unfortunate, but you gotta have some survival instinct. Like, what do you expect, man? What would it take for you to be able to escape? Just, like, how much of a silver platter does this guy have to leave it on? This is, like, just full exposition territory. The doctor's here just to give the audience exposition for what they want you to know. Oh, that's impressive. Ambidextrous. But see, your build would still be the same, so that doesn't make sense. The physical part I don't really buy, though, because you have the same body. But there is mind over matter as a basic concept, so it's not like you don't do that anyway. Okay, now you're reading into it too deeply. So that's really what you're saying with the unbreakable. Like, you're trying to say ordinary people with supernatural powers. Yeah, they become smart enough to lie about who they are. Like gaslighting himself by doing this. I like Anya's attempt to manipulate him, though, when he was a kid. He's gonna kill her, and then Alright, so we have 23. They're giving us that exposition. But see, the only way you believe in stuff like this is if you view the personality as like a fixed, defined thing. There's no such thing as a human variable. There's no such thing as you're in different moods at different times. You behave different ways around different people. You're different at work than you are at home. So is that a split personality? It's like people aren't a set, fixed thing that we want to define. And so that's where all this comes from, is society wants to pigeonhole you into, you must be this way, one way all the time is how you're defined. But that's not how it actually works. There's a lot of variable. From the light. What is the light again? Your little laugh at the end of every sentence doesn't. What does ice cream have to do with it? I don't get it. Does the other one not like sugar or something? It's going to be impossible to keep track of all their little intricacies too. I would have made it less than 23. I would have made it like, only 2. I guess I was assuming it would only be 2. Like you have a split personality. Very verbose dialogue at times, like how even at the beginning one of the 3 kids who got kidnapped was saying something like that too. How she'd feel bad because she would see it on social media, and just this line was like that too. Isn't this a little unethical to look at your patient like that on a camera? And it's not convincing, dude. This guy's kidnapping setup isn't convincing, so I don't feel bad. Use a little spoon, prepare a little chemical mixture with those things that could knock the guy out. Give him a taste of his own medicine, literally, like his chloroform shit. If you gave us bleach and stuff to clean, or maybe he only gave it to you while you were there. What the hell does this hunting part have to do with it? Is this like one of the family members? We haven't seen enough of the family to, we haven't seen enough of the family grieving over the girl that's missing and stuff. I want to see the dad get his revenge on this guy. the bowl that you're eating out of to knock him out or something. Or I like the other girl's reaction at the beginning, though. Like, you know, we should just go beat him up and let's stop acting like victims. Just wait for the cops to rescue you, damsels in distress. Typical fucking... So stupid. Like, he's letting you out a little bit now. You can just run in opposite directions and he'll never find you. You should split up. Or, like, you know, like, work together. You have all these... You'll grab, like, a knife and try to stab him. He's giving you, like, too much freedom. Asian people's music, that's very broad. I'm sure I can find plenty of examples of Asian music that doesn't aid digestion. I don't think it's a function of being Asian. Yeah, see, she's weird like him a little bit. Into all these kind of weird facts and tidbits. Okay, we'll stop here. That's like exactly halfway, actually. So I wasn't too impressed with it, but again, my standard is a little higher. Like, I would show it. You got to think like practicality. Again, he's a bad guy. We get it. That's not the point. The point is that you have to do it in a way that's like, okay, it's very convincing. Like, you keep two of them tied up, so only one of them is there, or whatever. Like, just, you're giving them kind of too much freedom, and I still don't get, why couldn't somebody else have escaped through the vent while he was chasing the one girl who did escape through the vent? Even if you lifted one up, right? Maybe I visually missed something, but whatever. Okay, so here I'm going to continue and watch the second half of Split. I guess you could say we split it in two. How many of those kind of jokes have I made? But, you know, one thing I'll criticize about this already is just that, and I said it from the beginning, I'm not bringing in some sort of external criteria, but this is a telltale textbook example of bad writing. You have to have a capable character on both sides, so it just feels like all the questions or the theories that the audience would come up with are answered. Like, this guy's not a very capable villain. They could escape a number of ways at any time. He doesn't feel that capable. You can just beat him up. You can trick him. You can manipulate his other identities. You can beat him up. You can hit him in the neck, like when he's acting like a little kid. You could think maybe he's pretending so we don't want to antagonize him, but he's just one dude. Like, these three girls together could beat him up. You just have to have some conviction, so at least I like that the one girl tried to do that, but then they're all just dumb. But no, like, the villain is dumb and not very capable. The main characters are dumb and not very capable. So that's the only way it works is, sure, it can be interesting and intense and scary or whatever, only because everybody's dumb. Why can't it be that somebody's capable and yet it's still effective, right? Like, they're very smart and they're doing everything they possibly could. When they went in the bathroom to clean, they tried to mix the chemicals together to make chloroform or bleach or something. And this morbid Anya Taylor-Joy character knows all these kind of odd facts and stuff, so she researched this once to try to kill herself, but now she's going to try to use it on this, you know, all this kind of thing. I'm not saying they would succeed, but they should at least try, and then he should be more aware. But basically everybody's just dumb, and that's just the premise and how it works. So I'm going to start from, actually, I'm looking at minus 112. Well, I guess that doesn't exactly help then. We're starting from 4508 then, just kind of random, but I was doing it more by minus, so it was an even number there. We're starting from 4508 in 3, 2, 1. No. Okay. We're starting from 4508 in a second here, but they made this very difficult to navigate, and I want a lawsuit, like I'll get in a crash because of how shitty the player is. Not that you should really be using this while, you know, driving, but you were starting in 3, 2, 1. No, it's just not going to work. I might have to... it's just not... I'll have to figure something out. I'll wait. that's okay. But so far, it's not been really too good, and so that is really annoying. Because, like, HBO Max will at least have the play button in the middle, or, you know, like, normal players are supposed to do that. It's amazing how many issues these multi-billion-dollar streaming services have. Like, where the HBO Max, it wouldn't let you watch it in vertical, so you have to rotate it. At least, like, give us the option. Like, it won't go full screen or whatever, or it won't even let you maybe watch it at all. And then this one has kind of issues with the play button and stuff. Like, it might seem like minor gripes, but somehow... Right, but whatever. Yeah, this is not exactly encouraging me when it comes to M. Night Shyamalan. It's an interesting gimmick, but he has too many personalities to really care about. And they're too easy to manipulate, I guess. That one doctor is there just for pure exposition to the audience. And they're implying something about the supernatural, but you don't even need that. Like, it's just not that interesting or compelling. Like, why can't any character just be smart anymore? Like, why is that such a hard thing to write? Because it's always a cop-out. Like, oh, why couldn't they just do this? Oh, they could have. It's just they're dumb. Or, you know, the person they're dealing with is dumb. So, like, what am I supposed to do with that? So I'll try to start from an even number, except not the minus. Like, let me see. It's pretty annoying to do, and in fact, I won't even be able to finish it, so I guess I'll have to split it even more. Although, I guess, wait. It looks like we're further in than what we actually are. We're 45 minutes in, but there was a lot more left, like hour plus. So I probably won't be able to finish it. I can do it again in the next session. When I upload it all together, but this is why I kind of didn't want to watch movies like this, because then I have to split it up too much. I'd rather just watch it in one shot, but then it doesn't always work like that, obviously, because, you know, if I'm doing this on, like, a drive, I won't, I feel like the audio quality is at least a little better with this, though, so that's the one advantage. I'm using, like, an iPhone. So I'm using two phones, one to watch on that I actually have service on, and then this iPhone that I just had laying around that is, doesn't have service, actually, but it just has, like, this little voice memo program that you could use. And I'm sure you could improve it better with certain settings and stuff, but just generally, it's at least better than the other recorder I was using, it seems like, just natively, which is kind of sad, because the recorder is made for one purpose only, to record audio, but somehow the sounds of the car are too much for it, and then this is made for various things, but it still manages to be at least a little better. And the angle at which I'm doing it might not be the best, but... So we'll wait a minute here until I can find a good spot to stop, and then I'll try to... I was kind of my fault because I fucked up the timestamp. I was looking at minus something. I'd rather do it with just the raw net amount of time left. Like, so for example, I'm going to kind of want to finish it, but I won't be able to. Even if I started earlier and didn't waste all this time, I still wouldn't have been able to. But generally it's okay. I like Anya's character now, and this scene is like stating some random facts, like bucks lose 30 pounds of body weight when they're hunting or something like that. So she's kind of got a little weird streak like this guy in her as well. The twist is going to be that she has multiple personalities too, or something like that, or she somehow was, I'm going to predict the twist. She has multiple personalities too, or that she was somehow in on it with this guy, but I don't see how they would have even arranged that. Like, I hate these kids, so I'm going to have this guy beat them up and take them hostage with me the whole time, right? Like, she's secretly his lover and they're together, and because she's so weird too, like the way they're portraying her, like she's just like an outcast, always getting in trouble, always being kind of bitchy. It was kind of her fault that they didn't gang up and beat the guy up at the beginning. She was like, you know, trying to make them wait, but like, wait for what? Sure, the cops might be looking for you, but really, how hard would it be to find this fucking guy too? You have camera footage in the parking lot, you have the car, right? Like, it shouldn't be that hard to do. Or like, what about their phones? What did he do with their phones? Did he leave them? Did he take them? They could track them. Right, this guy just seems like a goofball clown, regardless what personality he's in. Just the one that's always constant, and how you know it's him is the fact that he's a fucking, I'm a clown, therefore I am. I clown everything up, therefore I am. Like Barry the Chopper, I kill, therefore I am, from Full Metal Alchemist. A play on the Voltaire quote or whatever, I think, therefore I am. Said nobody ever in the modern day, but no, it's like, where there's all these fallacies that, oh, what makes you human is your heart and your love and this and that. No, it's actually your brain and your self-awareness and your ability to think, which we try to subvert and forego every step of the way, including with stuff like this. Not just reactions, I mean like just actual folly, favoritism, watching movies, TV shows, books, etc., music. Like, it's all just a way to distract yourself from thinking, as if thinking is a bad thing and not the thing that makes you human and defines you in the first place. But so that's how you can identify a negative process, is when they tell you don't think, or you think too much, or you overthink. That person's not on your side, because thinking is not the issue. That's like shooting the messenger. It's the fact that you think that's the issue, not what you think about, right? Like, how can you, ignorance is bliss, and just, go with preconceived, contrived structure states. So, alright, we're gonna take a second here. Let me see. Oh, man. So many issues with the setup over time, and there's just at times there's just nothing I can do about it. I mean, you just have to deal with them. So I'm gonna try to start it here before I even go, which I guess I kind of thought I was doing, but okay, can we please just do this shit? She almost ruined our big reception. Okay, so we are going to start at, let's say, 45 minutes here. It might be in the middle of a conversation, but I don't care. It's exactly 45, and he's saying good. He's mid-saying good, as they're about to sit down at the table and have a sandwich. So we see in the subtitle, good, question mark, as they're eating, and they kind of play along. Or maybe it genuinely is good, though, but, this is like under duress. You're only getting a 5-star review for your sandwich because we're scared for our lives. So we're starting from 45:00 exact, on the nose, in 3, 2, 1. So he's saying good, asking them, can Claire come eat with us? No, I'm afraid that can't happen. She almost ruined our big reception. He said it then. I'm trying to mimic what they're saying. Chinese folk music playing. I found this line kind of funny. So we saw a little bit of this. And I said, it's not the Asian music that does it, it's the style of music. Like, there's plenty of relaxing music overall. A day, 35 pounds a day, he said. And then she says, a buck can lose 30% of its weight. So he's impressed by her knowledge, whatever. I think the easiest time to escape would have been when he was a child. Don't let him leave and try to fuck all around with him. He's not putting much distance or thing between you. Or he's got the OCD streak as well. You're going to have to guess which personality is he at each time, but, there's 23, so it's going to be a farce, and it's not going to matter. This is like one of those Patrick Bateman type things. He'll tell you fun facts about music and songs as he's about to kill you or something, right? Just little tidbits, small talk. What is that song? Like Huey Lewis and the News, or Whitney Houston, something. Not a bad idea, but you'll fuck it up because you're a clown, a victim blaming all the way. I didn't see exactly what happened. Did he, deflect it back? Or did she get out? She was going to hit him with it, and I honestly missed what happened. Because I'm not always looking at the screen, so this can be a little difficult. Whatever, he somehow overcame it and trapped her in the room. Yeah, it's hard to make me feel bad for somebody. Now they're all split up, all three of them. That's why it's called Split. I don't find you scary at all, dude. I would be so... Yeah, how about you kill one of them just to show you're serious? Not that I want you to, but... You're gonna be split up. Anya can manipulate this guy pretty well, though. She's so smart and stuff. Right, the way she was kind of manipulating the 9-year-old version. So get her one-on-one, and she can kind of hypnotize him like that. Like, she let me whisper it in your ear, and you could have struck his neck with your hand. And he's a little kid, so he's not going to know the difference. Or like, even if he fights back, he won't be as good at doing that. We've seen this hunting scene a number of times, but I don't know what it is. Like, what is the point of it? We don't know who these people are. I can't figure it out. It just keeps cutting to it. That's going to be the twist. Like, they end up finding her incidentally like that, I guess. Just by sheer accident. I mean, they're not looking for it. They don't seem to be concerned or care about that. They should show the family. He likes saying etc. a lot. You don't know who they are, but you were saying what they thought. Stands in the light means like who takes over, basically. I mean, his acting is very good, but I don't. That's right, she'd do it because she's weird like that. She's just weird and into this kind of thing. It's not going to help you get away. Use it as a chance to stab him. At least he asked for permission and consent. Average 9-year-old's kiss attempt. You don't have to hold it that long. You said kiss, not make out. Now, she consented to that, technically. You might be pregnant now. That's not exactly how it works. Or like, I'm not a virgin anymore. It's like a Beavis and Butthead type joke, right? He has a crush on Anya Taylor-Joy. That's his weakness, isn't everyone's. She acts like she doesn't even care about getting away. Like you could say that's just her act, but I think genuinely she's just weird like that. Like she doesn't give a shit sometimes. Yeah, gaslight the shit out of him. Because I like the attention. So you are a trickster type because you have a crush on the detention. But detention might be after school, so you don't really get away. So maybe you like this. You like being alone, away from everyone. So it'll end with them getting married and staying together, as weird as that is. Like, she's a weird character. How does that prove you're not lying? As long as you're paying for these sessions, who cares, right? Pay a premium for short notice. Yeah, because that's totally his excuse. Like, you did it on purpose. Oh, so it's abuse for a woman to take your hand and make you touch her breast? I guess in a way. Yeah, it's reverse the roles, but you know, I think that's the kind of abuse this guy would be into. The beast is his penis. Haha. Or is that going to be the twist ending, that there's actually a real monster, like at the end of it, it'll just be some giant spider, and that's the final boss, even though it doesn't have anything to do with the whole narrative. Everybody's trying to manipulate him with all his different personalities, but it's just kind of lame. But you're threatening him nonetheless. I don't want to. But no, I like the whole dynamic of him trying to conceal. Part of him wants to confess to her, part of him wants to conceal the fact that, like, just delete your email or some shit. Change your password when you're in the other identity so this identity won't know it. Something like that. Right, he just keeps getting in your email and fucking all around. So he's trying to do these sessions to cover up why he's emailing her or what the issue really is. But then that other side could just confess what he's actually doing. I kidnapped 3 girls, and what is this, World of Warcraft? You met like a million times before, though? So is Kevin his real name? I thought it was Barry, though. They would always call him Barry. Don't you already know this because you've been in sessions with her a million times? Or I guess just Dennis. Just maybe this is a new one that she hasn't met, but all the other ones she knows or something. Yeah, how do you exactly meet it if they're separate, though? Like, you're partly conscious of multiple at the same time, or... They're talking about this beast too much. Like, what is it going to be? This is going to be the twist that... As if all the other ultras aren't a fantasy too in some way. Just because you live it through vividly doesn't mean... And again, it doesn't have to be a bad thing, but you got to keep that shit under control. And I think it's... I don't know. So much of this is you're self-aware and deliberate, so I don't really buy the whole premise, even in a real sense. Where he's going to sneak her in to listen to music, but they're all being kept separately, and again, I don't respect their lack of desire to get away. They could find some other air vent or some shit to get out. This guy's just a clumsy oaf dumbass, even at his best. Like, I don't find him scary at all. Like, he's just stupid. And, like, none of this has to do with his illness. Like, why do you gotta get three random girls and kidnap them? What does that have to do with your alter things? Why not get 23 then to match the number of... Are you going to use this as an opportunity to try to get away, or are you just kind of doing this for the audience's exposition and drag out the screen time and give us more, like, come on, bro. You're not even attempting anything to get away. She hasn't attempted anything the whole time, aside from maybe trying to manipulate the 9-year-old earlier. Like, you already kissed him. He's gonna fall in love with you, and then let you go for that reason. I don't think she really cares about the other 2 girls either. She's just like, you can keep them. I don't care. Just let me go. Or maybe she doesn't even want to go because she's so fucking... That'd be the twist, that she wants to kill herself, and this is a good thing for her. She likes this. Yours as in Kevin's, or... I actually didn't catch that. Oh, good one. You're being a little transparent with your intention, though. Maybe she just wants to see the outside. This guy's more perceptive than I thought. This, you know what this kind of reminds me of is Danganronpa a little bit, where everybody tries to act like it's okay that they're stuck in the school, but they suddenly freak out and what is the walkie-talkie? Is that an antenna in your pocket, or are you just happy to see me? So what is it? A walkie-talkie with who, though? Who can you use it? But for where? Like, she could easily talk now. Finally, you do something worthwhile. Yeah, can't you hear the struggle? Hello? Doesn't matter what your name is. But I don't get how you're just hearing random people. Or maybe he's trying to speak in code. Like, you know, you call 911, they don't know whether the guy's listening or not. So I need help with my homework, and I call 911, and they act like they are. I want to order pizza. Give me your address. Oh, now it says Patricia. The subtitles kind of spoil stuff, too. You'd have to figure that out for yourself. Like, I wouldn't know who each of these are just like that. I know the little kid pretty well, the 9-year-old, but a lot of the other ones aren't very distinct to me still so far. I'm not even noticing Anya's acting as much as his acting. Dennis the Menace, I guess you could call him. So it's still not going to be enough to watch the whole thing, which is unfortunate. Right, like it'll be 3 sessions. I'll probably get close to the end. It's really not that good. I mean, it's okay, but I'm not going to go easy on an M. Night Shyamalan Clown Fiesta thing when his career went downhill so much. Like, it's just not that notable. I think the writing is okay, but just more so the sequence of events and everything. Or like when he wears the glasses like this, he's or this is the Beast again. Why the fuck would that make me feel calm? stumble upon... Oh, is that maybe who they were talking on the walkie-talkie? Is the... Wait, this is Casey as well, though. Casey Cook was Anya's name, but it's this kid's name. Maybe it was his walkie-talkie, or it could be anybody. So how old was Anya now, even? She's only like 26, I think, now. So 2017, she would have only have been... she would have only been like 17. Or no, like 19, I mean. So regardless of anything, this was a big break for her. But I don't think the movie's really particularly good, but it did pretty well, I guess. Just use the gimmick of alter egos to try to tell a otherwise pretty ordinary story, so... What the fuck are you doing? What the fuck are you doing? Why is he doing this? I don't even get it. Yeah, like, why was he doing that? I don't get it. He's having an ultra attack, panic attack too. That's a good term, actually. Ultra attack, like my alter is taking over, or, whatever. You just suddenly switch to an alter personality. Look, dude. Look. They're showing a little bit too much of this doctor, a little bit too much of the hunting, that I don't know even how it correlates. Like, she's always trying to... Some of those should be flagged as spam. How about you just disconnect your fucking email, bro? I don't get it. Like, is this his house, or is this some other hideaway he has? He made, like, a dungeon-like part of his home. Yeah, cry all you want, dude. You're fucking stupid. You're all stupid. This dude is a clown, man. You've had so many chances. Or now he's gonna kill the doctor. One of the others, it could have been all the others combined, and they still wouldn't account for that many. He's totally gonna kill her. They've been setting this up. Chekhov's therapist. This is a house call. Yeah, is it under patient therapist confidentiality? Because then it's okay, but there's always some loophole. They always said that in Sopranos, like, but if you say something that could incriminate you under the law, I have to tell people, like, no, that's the whole point of confidentiality then. Oh no, it's only confidential until it's actually incriminating. Now she'll notice that there are people here. You don't get many visitors, well, you got 3 right now. So it's like some extension of their building that they just said he could have when he became a higher position. I don't get it. Is that like a flashback with Casey being the... But that looks like a boy. I do get a lot of guests. It's just I am the beast. What a twist. Don't understand, and you call yourself a therapist, you're supposed to understand. She was acting all one step ahead better, but now she's acting all clueless. Or she's like a little creeped out. I thought she would notice something about or that'll like allow her to snoop around. You wouldn't like watch her more carefully do this. If she's gonna discover one of them, I thought it would happen more dynamically in the course of right, she'll hear somebody asking for help or something, but yeah, this guy is so sloppy and clumsy, and you know, you got to be sure of what you're doing, and of course he's very split on everything he's doing, literally, but even just, you're not very impressive, bro. Or she's just kind of snooping around and Marcia, is this somebody else? Oh no, Claire. I thought they were separated. Monstrous, more like beastly. That's why it's called the Beast. See, even he shows what I was saying. Just by covering his nose, he was fine. Or does he have the mask too? I can't even see. But you could just cover your nose and hold your breath. Yeah, nice one, dude. You're supposed to be a psychology expert genius, and you got fucked over like this, like everybody else. That happened in a lot less dramatic and satisfying of a way, though, as I thought it might. Yeah, so now how many people will go missing? Oh, we need to get out, huh? Isn't she still knocked out? Like, now you're going to be so motivated, but you should have been like this the whole time, but yeah, make like a makeshift lockpick with the fucking hanger. I'm trying not to be too hard on it, but it's really not very good. Like, what is the twist really gonna be? Flowers back for what purpose? I don't know, but like now too many people have gone missing for this to stay under the radar. Now they're using their head at least a little bit. It's not even one of those like, oh, I want to see him get caught. It's like, I don't even care. Like, he's just stupid. But he won't get caught because they have to make a sequel, Glass, apparently. But I don't know whether he's even the lead in that or what the deal is. Yeah, you gotta make villains like this especially a lot smarter to make it really work. And even the main characters too. Because then it's a mismatch. And I thought they had them split up, but now they're not. But yeah, he clearly has internet because he keeps sending those fucking emails. They're using the little hanger, which is good. Oh, look at that, using like a hook. That's actually impressive. That'd be really hard to do. Yeah, we need Patrick Jane to do his little key trick that he does in like season 1, episode 10 with the fucking key under the door and then locks it from the inside or whatever. You're trying to tell me he couldn't figure this shit out? You know, like an actually capable, smart character. let's just listen to his little podcast as we're trying to get out. Yeah, what if all 23 of them require different medications and some of them conflict with each other? Right, do not use these two together, but... ones who haven't suffered, but I guess they suffered now, so you can let them go, huh? So we got the doctor, now we got to see what happens with Anya, how much is actually left. I try not to look at the timestamps, but damn, we'll get pretty close to the end, but I don't think we'll quite get there. No voice. This is one of those dark screen glare type moments where I can't see really even what's happening. He took off his shirt, now he's going to become actually the beast. His fingers are going to grow to double their size and they'll turn into some sort of supernatural gimmick. Doing it pretty well, but you would need more force. Not a bad technique. Finally, you do something. Is it really going to be like a supernatural thing now that happens? It would have worked better if you just didn't go down that route, but then you would need better writing, which you of course don't have. So let's cop out with the supernatural gimmick. He's really the monster, and he's going to be. Or he could just be embellishing it, but still. Yeah, like, how would you know he's not around still listening to this shit? I guess there's just not enough force that you have it hooked. That's this movie attempting to be interesting, like trying to unlock the door. And that's how it's failed the whole time. I can't say it's bad, but it's just guttural grunting. I like that. Feet land on ground, running footsteps. Okay, she's gonna get it eventually. She is kind of getting it. She's like actually writing shit down. Why is that the priority right now? What the fuck is she doing? Gonna kill her like I predicted in some dramatic way. So it is actually gonna be some kind of supernatural shit that happens. first killing that really happened. Okay, even the kill is kind of anticlimactic a bit. Come on. It's got to be a little faster and more shocking than that. So he is clearly very strong, but somehow, going into his alter ego makes him stronger, more muscular. Because that's what I was always questioning. Like, you're still physically the same person. Organizational, a good word. Yeah, who even does journals like this? Says me, who's doing one kind of right now. Something inherently narcissistic about anything like that, but whether it be writing a book or anything, but doing a reaction to a movie. But it sort of fits well, because it's the kind of thing I would do anyway. So we're gonna have probably a little bit left, like 20 minutes or something. Or maybe even more. Maybe this is longer than I thought, because you would think within 2 sessions. So we'll stop around here. It's like 1:30 into it. Wait, that means it's like 2 hours though. I thought it was only like an hour 40 or something. So they're gonna get out. Everything's gonna be fine, but there'll be some stupid ass bait for the sequel. They'll break the glass and get out. And that's why the third movie is called Glass. Picking up the pieces and figuring out where they went after jumping out of the window. Okay, whatever. So it's like 1:30, we'll stop there. I'm not really too intrigued, but I guess I should just finish it. That one thing I didn't even bother finishing, the Books of Blood. I just said, fuck it, like I don't even care. Or I saw the part that the clip I had watched on YouTube was about. So again, the only clip I saw from this ever, or the only thing I knew about it was that one moment where, sir, I think you have the wrong car. And I kind of misremembered it because I thought it was Anya who said that. But even without that, their reaction is disproportionate. Like, all three of you try to open the door together. And then you can at least try to help them find out what happened. Maybe it seems selfish, like, oh, you shouldn't do that. Like, unless we save all three of them. But that wasn't their priority either. So all three of you get caught and it doesn't do anybody any good. Okay, so today I'll actually finish watching Split. It's been split up, I guess you could say, in 3 parts. Not quite 23 like this character has. All these identities, but it got confused even on that level. Like, I thought it would be more just like he would have 2. One that's like a nice guy and one that's like a killer. So he would just keep switching between those 2, and that itself would be scary. But they get sort of lost in the minutia of how many different ones there are, and it's just not particularly valuable. All the exposition with the doctor was kind of a little bit forced. Right, it's just too template of a thing. I guess you could say, oh, it's a little ambitious that he has so many, but then you don't really appreciate them, and you're not really... You can try to rewatch and guess, like, which one is he at which time, but there's just not that much to it. Like, it's just pretty much, it's a premise picture, like I always would call certain ones. Just, the premise is cool, right? This guy with split personalities, and he kidnaps the girls, and, it's like a typical killer, monster, abductor type, horror movie, but in this case, at least he has like a little gimmick to him that makes it a little more interesting than it would have been otherwise, but it's just not really that engaging, and quite frankly, it doesn't matter that much. I would rather just see him be a bit smarter, and all the other characters be a little bit smart too. Anya's acting is good, but honestly, I'm not noticing her as much as even the main guy, as the villain himself, because Barry, or whatever the fuck his name is, Kevin, it's hard to even keep track what his real name is, but I think it's Kevin that they keep coming back to. And now they're talking about the Beast and all this kind of stuff, so is that going to be the twist? That he actually turns into the Beast, which is like actually a supernatural creature, because they were kind of hinting at that. How stupid would that be, too? Like, the whole movie isn't supernatural, and it doesn't need to be, but oh no, it's part of the Unbreakable trilogy, so... And then I wonder what the next one, I'm not going to even watch it, but I wonder what the next one would be about. Is it going to be about the same guy, or is he going to die and then it'll be about somebody else? But you basically have a position of, they're kind of alluding to supernatural stuff that even the doctor is saying, that all these split personalities kind of represent something. I don't even know, but that it's not a bad thing. It's actually they're doing something better than what we, you can manifest certain things psychologically, which there's some truth to that with mind over matter, but maybe not as dramatic as what they're saying here. Like, you'll become physically stronger in one of your identities because you just believe it to be that way, but it's not to say you couldn't do that anyway. Like, if you really psychologically manifested enough that you believe you're strong, this is where positive affirmations and mind over matter does happen in regular life. Like, you don't think professional athletes are doing that? Like, when they're at home with their kids, they're just normal. But when they're playing a high-level professional event, psychologically, they're putting themselves in a different state of mind where they're maxing out their physical potential and exertion and everything. So, it would make it seem like, oh, this is two different people, but really it's just somebody doing a very specialized thing that they're very good at, that they've, practiced a lot, so part of that is practicing getting in a certain state of mind, of course. So, yeah, I'm not really too impressed. I'm not going to say it's terrible, but it's really not good either. It's just kind of okay. And so, what else is there to really talk about? I mean, the two other girls weren't really that notable either. This is basically just like, you're looking at two things. One is the Kevin, the crazy guy, Kevin, Barry, whatever the fuck, and you're kind of just appreciating his acting, which is very good, between all the different roles that he's going through. And then, you know what this role kind of reminds me of a little bit, even though it's an insult to even make that comparison, but is from Sleuth. Laurence Olivier plays Andrew Wyke, who's like this writer that goes into all these different personas of his own. Not that he really believes he is them, but he kind of is just playful like that. So he's like, he'll reference some famous book or story, and he'll go into like a little voice or a role play to do with it for a second, and make like a little quip, whether it be from his own books or whether it be from some famous work of literature. And so that I always found to be one of the most entertaining and interesting performances ever, that he kind of keeps weaving in and out of these things so naturally. And so it's kind of like that a little bit, but it's a little bit more forced here, of course. But no, it's hard to even explain what that character is doing at times. Like, the first time I saw it, I almost didn't even understand. And a lot of the references, of course, I didn't get. But that's fine. That doesn't mean it's bad. It's just topical for the time, and it's partly just certain things that maybe I wasn't aware of. I was kind of young, but that is one of my favorite movies ever. So if you were to compel at least that comparison of the performance, like switching in and out of different personas and identities and little, quips and gimmicks like that, so easily, so effortlessly, so naturally, and in this case, making you sort of question, too, which one is even the real one, right? Whereas there, that's not really a factor, but right, like, which one is his true, dominant, natural, normal personality? And maybe that's the one he does at his job, but maybe that's an act too. And it sort of represents this basic interpretation in society, like this sort of oversimplified definition of what a person is. Like, you are one way and one way only all the time, and you're defined by that. Like, you're trying to pigeonhole people and oversimplify them, but that's not really how it works, because people are variable. So no matter how much you're trying to put them in a box, it's like you're different at home with your family than you are with your girlfriend, than you are with your friends, than you are with the, in every situation. So you'll be different at work than you are at home, than you are hanging out with friends at the bar and stuff like that. So does that mean you have different personalities, and does that mean that you are going in and out of those, or does it mean that you're just, again, it's just a natural human variable that you would say, no, that's just normal for people to have certain acts and personas that they put on. That's just how society works and social interaction works. And it's not as unusual as you might think when you realize the whole thing is artifice as far as social contrivance and interaction. Like, human beings were not originally like this. Like, they didn't have language, so you wouldn't even interact except at a very basic level, like animals just grunting and, basic things like that. And so now in society we take for granted this sort of false inherent idea that, oh no, we're exactly the way we are meant to be. And the value in seeing that's not the way it is at least everything is artificial. You're putting on an act all the time, right, in every area. Just at school, you should behave like this. At in work, you should behave like this. At home, you should behave like this. So everyone might interpret and go different lengths with each of those, but you're fitting into a mold set by society where none of that is really natural or none of that is really you. It's all just sort of arbitrary because it's all sort of arbitrary in the basis that you could just change at any time. So the best way to look at it is like somebody's normally pretty calm, but at any second they could just not be calm and get upset. Like, again, it only works within this rigid structure of society where people are reduced to a lowest common denominator and indoctrinated to death, where you're like this sort of reactionary zombie where, oh no, you can only react a certain way when a certain stimuli is present, forsaking the infinite potential of the objective mind to, no, you could think or do or be anything you want anytime in terms of, you could just do that. It's in your mind. It's not based on, oh, this thing is in our immediate environment. So there's a certain condemnation of this sort of stuff too in society, like somehow thinking is bad or somehow having a good imagination or all of that. It's a bad thing to do that. You should reduce everything to the initial physical state, like only what happens physically in front of you is relevant. What you think in your mind isn't important. And so therefore, you become just reactionary basically to whatever's in front of you. That'll be what you focus on and react to and behave in accordance with, rather than just, oh, you could be thinking anything at any time and not be limited to just, again, the immediate physical reactionary state. And beyond that, you have the simple realization that, again, society will condemn thinking in that way, like somehow that's a bad thing. Right, they'll associate it with, oh, this person thinks too much, so then they end up doing something crazy. But to associate those two shows you sort of the, I don't know, it's sort of an element like, thinking is bad overall, right, and you should only think in sort of functional terms. This is how society would treat it. Like you should only think about how to do your job more efficiently at work or how to do some zero-sum function. Don't just think broadly, fully, all the time, everywhere, because it's not like thinking is what makes you human or something in the first place. It's your defining trait. No, instead it's like only think in terms of a zero-sum function that you hope to achieve. And so there is this broad condemnation of it, that you're not allowed to think or thinking is somehow bad. And so the reason why is because, oh, it's something that society can't control, right? We can control you on a reactionary level, like, oh, you only respond to the immediate stimulus in front of you or whatever is happening, in your immediate physical environment, instead of, oh, you could think anything at any time, but then, oh, no, society can't control that. So what you think could be something bad that they don't want you to do, that you maybe shouldn't do, but it doesn't mean that, I don't know, it doesn't mean that that's all you can do with it. You can do a lot of good things with it too. You can just generally have, it's weird that perception exists, but that's the variable that thinking allows you to have, is that at any time you can just think, okay, I just want to act a certain way, and so I just will. Like, you have that ability, but people are indoctrinated so heavily that, especially at a young age, that they forget they have that ability. Right, like you could be the most quiet, reserved person ever, but you're like, in this one moment, I feel like acting crazy and yelling, and then vice versa. You could be a loud party goer, but then in this one moment, I feel like, being quiet or whatever. So you have that choice, you have that variable. So anybody can do anything at any time. There is no, reduction to structure that is absolute. It's still a choice. There is no, just because it might be your preferred state of being or what you maybe seem to do more naturally, it doesn't mean that that's an absolute or that applies to you at all times in every situation, or that you're not in control of it. It's kind of like with society. People act like, oh, all these powerful people like politicians are, oh, woe is us, like it's the public, what can we do? All these people are terrible. But it's always up to you in a base level. Like, nobody really has power unless you acknowledge it. So if everybody collectively just said, okay, tomorrow we're going to stop acknowledging this person as leader, as president, whatever, they would cease to be it. We could just all together, right, they're only as powerful as you acknowledge them to be. It's just still an imaginary thing. And so you forget that power of acknowledgement and the power in numbers that you have. And so on an individual basis, you forget the sort of objective infinite mind that you have and the sort of variables that you can do, where you can think and do and say anything you want at any time. right, if you really want to, but people are somehow limited and structured to a certain way, and that's why certain social contrivances are so rigidly insisted upon, like, certain things will be condemned and stigmatized, and oh, that's weird, and this and that. What you'll realize is what people are actually doing is reducing themselves sort of willingly to a state that is sort of less than human by the criteria that is defined by your thinking, that somehow thinking is bad and let's just coast along and be on rails for society because it's easier to control that way. And so it's an overextension fallacy that it wouldn't be something that's necessary if the world was a village of 100, right? Just like a lot of things. But, just because we have 8 billion, let's just overextend everything and reduce ourselves to a state less than human just because to acquiesce to that greater sum of people and reduce everything to a lowest common denominator zero-sum process. And so therefore, you're not really operating under any sort of high standard. It'll be glorified as a collective sort of overextension. So, for example, it's okay to sacrifice for yourself and lessen yourself, even if in this sense, in terms of thinking or certain social elements or behavior, it's okay to do that on account of other people. But then the more people there are, the more you have to do it, and there's no limit. People just keep having kids and, population will increase indefinitely, or even on that basis, there's no inherent criteria for why you're doing it, right? You're just doing it arbitrarily, but it'll be glorified, like overextend and diminish your own self-interest for the self-interest of other people, and we act like that's a higher standard when really it's the same zero-sum process. Like, the collective of people will glorify doing that, like, oh, it's good to sacrifice, but for what? For some higher standard? Oh no, just for our own self-interest. So the collective will always say that you should give back to the collective because it's the non-basis of self. Like, the collective says you should sacrifice yourself for it, but the only reason why it's glorifying itself is because it's part of itself. Like, the collective wants each individual self within it is arguing for itself. Like, I want you to sacrifice yourself for myself, but we'll call it the collective, quote unquote. And so it ends up being a self-defeating half-mass process where, instead of pursuing your own interest unabated, you're saying, okay, I'll sacrifice my interest for everyone else so that they sacrifice their interest for mine. But then what's even the point? Because you look at it like, you are able to, what do you call it? The only reason why it's a zero-sum. Okay, so your basis is zero-sum self-interest. So you're like, oh no, that's selfish. So you should overextend to the collective. So, give back to the community and do it for the greater good, common good. But what is the basis of that? Oh, it's their own zero-sum self-interest on an individual basis because every member of the collective has that same incentive. So the only reason why it's glorified is to try to put it above zero-sum self-interest, but it's actually the same process. It's just, again, being spread out and overextended more. So that'll never end. The collective will always want more from the individual, and the individual will always want more from the collective, but the individual is sacrificing for the collective, again, as if it's a pretense of something else, but really it's just, every member of the collective is an individual. So in some broad sense, you're kind of just saying the same thing, that, I want my own self-interest to be achieved, but I'll pretend cloak it in the guise of this collective that, it'll benefit everybody, or it's from some higher standard or some greater good. Okay, so I'm starting from 1:30 in 3, 2, 1. No, it didn't work. It's like Anya's sort of halfway turned around looking at a light. So we're starting. See, even when I've stopped, I still can't hit it because it's so small and it's on the bottom left. Why? Maybe you can somehow do it by tapping the middle, but you might have to double tap or something. So we're starting from 1:30 even, 1:30:00 in 3, 2, 1. No, I can't get it. Okay, we're starting from 1:30 in 3, 2, 1. So yeah, there you go. I'm just looking at the light. I guess you could say Anya's in the light the way that, this guy's always trying to be in the light or whatever with his personalities and stuff. So we only have 20 some odd minutes left, and I haven't really enjoyed it, but just for the gimmick of it, I almost want to see the trap now just to see how bad it is or how stupid. He's just a one-trick kind of guy at this stage. He'll come up with an interesting premise, and somehow the studios make it because their standards are low, but then it's just not inspired. At least his first movies, whether you like them or not. Sixth Sense is inspired. Signs is very inspired. Unbreakable is inspired to some extent. Even The Village is kind of inspired. There was some book that's like that people said, oh, he copied, but whatever. It was still not I don't think The Village is as bad as people say. I actually think it's fine. The Happening is terrible. Lady in the Water is terrible. And then everything after that I either didn't see or is just generally conceded that it's terrible anyway. So the one girl died, the doctor. Right, the doctor who was his therapist. And he sort of unleashed the beast, I guess, in some way. Is that his dog, or is that just him as the beast? Is there actually going to be something supernatural in this? I don't think we got to really see what it was, although sometimes I'll miss it. Even if we do get to see it, I won't see it because, whatever, I'm not always looking at the screen. But that's the girl, the doctor. And now we get to see Anya's acting come out. But what's funny is both of these movies, The Witch and this, Split, are supposed to be like this expose for Anya Taylor-Joy's acting. I don't think she was that great in either one. Not because she isn't a great actress, but I'm noticing kind of other characters. Like I'm noticing more so the killer here, right, the abductor, than her. Or even in The Witch, she had that one really good scene where she was pretending to be a witch early on, but other than that, there was nothing like that. Like, she didn't get much of a chance to show off her skills. Or I think that was like the trigger that she said. If you say his name, his full name, it brings out the real him. Which is arguably not that bad. Or look at him climbing up the wall. This is the Beast. He wanted to role play as the Beast. Just say his name, yeah. How hard is it? The way she said it was almost comical, but exasperated. Say it louder, bitch. Like, you would believe that's really going to work, or you couldn't prepare better and have a weapon and just deal with this. That's all it takes to beat him. What a twist. Who really says it by their middle name, though? So is he going to revert to the childlike side, or is he just going to... What is Kevin even? Have we seen Kevin? We probably have. It's like they're making too much of a spectacle out of this. It's like he's a crazy guy. Who cares about which version of his crazy self he is? Right? None of this having multiple personalities would make you behave this way. If that's all that you would have had to do the whole movie is just say his name. Because she did threaten that. Like, I could say your name if I wanted to. Right, the doctor said that earlier, but she never did it. And I guess she was being choked, so that's why she couldn't say it then. You did, or another identity after that. You don't have to justify yourself, just let me out of here. Or like 2017. Yeah, how are we supposed to know when it is? Like, the movie came out in 2017, but... I won't kill you, but I'll take it, so at least I can get out of here. Kill me, then kill me. Good one, because to say that 22 more times. Go get the gun, though, either way. This scene is almost supposed to be a little funny, just him. I wonder how you come up with the names exactly or anything. You're freaked out now because, oh, he displayed all his personalities. Like, doesn't matter what personality he is, he's still abducted you. I would be just as... Or he said where the ammo is, too. You can just whack him with a gun, period. Where did he say it was? Like in my closet? Or he's like using different ones to manipulate her. So the beast really is just a fantasy of his. I thought it might somehow turn into reality just to, like, some supernatural thing, but it's really just him, even if he's very impressive that way. Wait, why didn't she just get the shells, or did I miss something? He said where everything was, like how much more easy, or she's gonna find it here. Okay. Inside your little closet. This is like where that girl hid earlier, where she like hid in the locker and then he found her somehow. Oh, so this, I get it. Like, this was an old place of work and they let him keep it, apparently, because they had no use for it, which is kind of unusual. But, you know, good thing nobody comes to check on it. They just kind of gave it to him just like that. Here we go, finally. But he had to, I love that. He had to basically spoon feed it to you. The killer has to tell you where the gun is. It's like he's getting bored of how dumb you are and incapable you are. You're not giving him a challenge. So it's like, here's my gun and here's how to fill it up with ammo. And you're still going to be a clown and not be able to stop me. It's really not a very good movie. It's just kind of mediocre. You know, it's just a regular, typical slasher movie, or like whatever, horror movie, where it's not a slasher, but it's like with just the gimmick of the split personalities. If you take that away, it's just like every other movie out there with nothing special about it. He's kind of good at being stealthy, I guess. Or you're leaving like a blood trail that the beast can easily track. Who are you yelling at to help, though? You're just going to attract him to you more. Just shoot him. I mean, being a beast doesn't make you immune to bullets. Although there are those moments, like with adrenaline, especially if you're on drugs, like in Scarface. He's on drugs, so he's getting shot, but he doesn't care. Right? Like, he's still going to die, but they're going to be the ones who rescue her somehow, the hunting crew. But yeah, what was the deal with the kid holding the gun at the guy, though? I don't get it. If that's supposed to be her because they were calling her Cassie or Casey or whatever her name is, maybe that's supposed to be a flashback, but that looks like a young boy to me. It doesn't look like a young girl. I haven't been afraid this whole fucking movie, so we have something in common now, I guess. You're really gonna let it turn into a stealthy thing. He can move faster than a bullet. This dude is somewhere between the Matrix and King Bradley from FMA. This is so lame, bro. This is really the best you could have done. Really, this is like some kind of... You just said you were asleep, though, Kevin. So are you saying he has no value either? You're making this really dramatic, bro. I mean, how many shots can he potentially take? Yeah, that's your delusion. In this form, I'm invincible. You came here to fight a beast, but instead you found a god? That's the line you're looking for? Or it's going to be some actual supernatural twist. And that's how we get the third movie, and that's how it ties into Unbreakable, but... like the fact that he believes it, and this is an identity makes him actually invincible. Which would be, again, kind of dumb and not much of a payoff. I mean, at least you're in the perfect setting for this, where he can't get to you. Or maybe he's so strong he can break through the bars. Oh, that'd be sick. You could use these skills to be a fucking world champion wrestler or some shit. Right, rather than using your personalities for evil here. How about you keep shooting him instead of staring, but maybe you don't have any much more ammo. How about you shoot him in the head, though? That should work. No matter what he is, right? A headshot is always 10 times more effective. Not too different. She's still dumb. Did she do that to herself, or what? Where did that come from? Or just in the struggle? Actually, she's kind of fucked up in a misbehavior. Like such a victim's mentality too. You have to let him go through his whole fucking drama. Who gives a shit about all this? Just get out. Which you should be able to do with the use of a shotgun now. But apparently he is like invincible. Just because he believes that he can open the gate, he can somehow take gunshots, shotgun shells. Always go for the headshot. That's rule number 1 in movies. Which nobody ever does. And at that distance, he wasn't even trying to dodge it. You could have easily done it. Does that mean he's just going to let you go now with a happy ending? And stay tuned for the sequel, which I'm not going to fucking watch. So we won't even get a proper payoff, like with him dying or something? or they'll be found by somebody else. It really was just a gimmick that, oh, split personalities or this or that. Or maybe the other two actually die. That would be kind of a sad ending, though. But he basically just lets her go. That's the thing. After what she's just been through, you can excuse her for being a little traumatized and scared. The twist is going to be she has her own split personality or something like that that I was maybe suggesting earlier. I don't know. So how exactly did this guy find them, and where exactly were they? It must have been some building that connected to that one. And what about Claire and the other girl? I don't think we saw them die, or I think we saw maybe one of them die and getting eaten. Yeah, you want a beast. This is the real beast over here. Not just her, but kidnapped, abducted by that clown whose name you just learned. That must be his legal name. Very underwhelming, or are we going to get some sort of twist moment that is actually a payoff? Or did, like, one of them survive? There's one of them we saw getting eaten. Or they'll see that, oh, some of these wounds are self-inflicted. Just from the stress of the situation, or she's just like that already. Maybe there's some implication like that, or maybe I'm just imagining it like she wanted to kill herself anyway. So this, at this time. So that would be a good premise. I should make a movie like that. A character who wants to kill themselves, but nobody knows it, and they end up in a situation like this. So all their behavior is like, not just them being cool and calm and collected, it's like they're kind of happy. They almost want it to happen, right? Think you're like at your lowest point, and you're really... And it doesn't mean that it makes you... I'm sure there is some story like that I can't think of, but... But like, yeah, you're trying to kill yourself, and then you either... It'll be life-affirming that by the end you won't want to die, or you'll be just happy through the whole thing and almost laughing like, I want this to happen. My prayers were finally answered because I didn't have the balls to do it myself. So I'm assuming, I guess, everybody else died, but... Casey Cook... They're somehow going to blame her for it because she's such a troublemaker. If only you hadn't asked them for a ride. Give us some sort of twist moment or line here. She's been through a lot, so her weird behavior can be excused, but... What a twist. The uncle is going to be that guy we just saw. The Kevin, whatever the fuck his name is. But that wouldn't even make sense. It's like it's trying to build up to like some cool ending, but it's just not. Last time I watched an M. Night Shyamalan movie for a long time, but maybe I'll watch the trap thing. Or I saw this article that M. Night Shyamalan pitched it like... some crazy event happens at a Taylor Swift concert, basically, is how he pitched it. Yeah, why are you worried about getting shot then if you're such a badass? I believe I'm a god. I believe I'm invincible. I believe I can fly. But if you switch to some other identity, you'll just die. Or he'll be in custody for maybe the next movie. His acting is the standout. His acting is actually good. Anya's acting was okay, but it didn't really capture the whole thing. Like, her character was still a little bit toned down. right? This guy is able to fully go into whatever. Yeah, go find Bruce Willis. Really? The Horde or the Beast, or just call him Split. That's how they got the name of the movie. Oh, the wheelchair. This is Bruce Willis. There's your tie-in. We don't need to see it for that long, though. That was obviously Samuel Jackson's character in the wheelchair in Unbreakable. Maybe that was kind of a cool ending, but it doesn't really satisfy or answer anything because of the simple fact that I'm going to give it actually like a D. I wasn't impressed at all. I just didn't like it. It was dumb. It wasn't a good movie. But no, it's like, aside from that obligatory tie-in, we don't get to see the guy die. We don't get to see him get arrested. We don't get to see the other two girls. I don't know what happened with them. I guess they died. We saw one of them maybe getting eaten. I don't remember if we saw the other one get killed. The third one, Claire, and I can't even remember their names. But whatever. Anya gets out. The doctor dies. The two girls potentially die. That was a good theory, at least, that all the amalgam of the zoo creatures is what he was pretending to be, like the Beast. So I guess that's cool, but it just didn't have a good anything. Like, it just was very bland, very basic. Without the gimmick, it's nothing. Even with the gimmick, it's not very good. So I really just was not very impressed by it. So I almost want to watch some short horror films now. Yeah, I'm not fucking watching that shit again, like another M. Night Shyamalan movie, or I gotta be more selective. Because the last two movies we've seen have been pretty bad. We saw The Free Fall, which was not very good. A lot of fake outs, kind of building up to nothing. These movies always try to end like they're so smart, too. Like, oh, the sister is actually I think I kind of corrected my interpretation, though. It's not that the sister was always evil. It's that when she said, take me, right, when she's getting exorcised, the demon probably did take her then. And so at that point, she became evil, so now she's talking the same way. Everything is going to be different now. So, but at least she knows now so clearly. Or, you know, you got to change up your dialect a bit. Don't use the same language and keywords every time. Then they'll know it's you. And then the other thing is this movie was not very good. And the reason why it wasn't very good is because it was just very banal, very basic, very expository. There really wasn't much to it. I mean, again, aside from the typical scares and stuff, it wasn't scary at all. It wasn't that impressive. It's trying to hide behind some of the supernatural shit. Like, really, if you take away that aspect, the Bruce Willis tie-in or something, and if you take away, it's really him trying to leech off of his earlier work. Although, to be fair, that's not the strongest one that he's made, Unbreakable. Make a sequel or remake of Signs, or make one to The Sixth Sense, but you know, if you take away that Bruce Willis cameo and take away the whole glass guy reference and all of that, and if you take away the split personality thing, then there's nothing really to the movie. So it's all just gimmicks and nothing really. So that's the only tie-in that we get, is the fact that they mention it here. It was like that case from 15 years ago. Was it really 15 years ago? I feel like, why do I feel like Unbreakable came out before that? Or maybe she said like 15 years ago. Because this is 2017 and that's 2002. But 2002 is when Signs came out, isn't it? Maybe I'm getting confused. Was it 2004? No, I think 2002 was signed, so maybe 2000 on the nose was maybe Unbreakable, right? And so, I don't know, but anyway, Bruce Willis seems to like M. Night Shyamalan to appear in his dog shit still at this stage, right? And so now he tries to make it into a trilogy, but really, what value did this have to the other one, aside from just that nod at the end? There was really nothing. It was just random. It had nothing to do with it. Again, some of the supernatural extension of it a little bit, but the point is none of that matters, right? Just shoot him in the head. He might be a little bit harder to kill, but so what? That wasn't the defining factor. He kidnaps you, and then I guess what it did is it maybe validates the fact that you didn't try to kill him earlier, like you all gang up on him, because then he'll turn into the beast and whatever. But I don't know. You could have done so many things to him the whole time. It was unimpressive on every level, and I just am not too happy with it. So let's see some maybe short horror films just normally, if we can see. But yeah, I was going to use that almost as my title. The biggest clown killer since John Wayne Gacy, not because he's as capable and kills 30 plus people even, or because he's actually a clown, but he's sort of metaphorically a clown because he's just a moron. Like, I don't care about the split personality. Like, you got to be good at what you do, right? At least be good at being bad. And obviously he wasn't. And of course the victims weren't very good at getting away. They were good at being victims, I guess. They even addressed that at the beginning too. Like, what are we going to do? Just have this victim mentality and not do anything? So we're going to look for a short horror film playlist again. And if I can do that, then let's see, Don't Peek. We had seen maybe Home Movie, short horror film. Let's just try that. I mean, these end up being more enjoyable than the actual full thing. Because, I mean, really, what did we get out of that? There were a couple good images, couple maybe, uncomfortable moments, good acting by Anya and this dude who plays the guy, who plays Kevin. But so what? Like, so what? It just wasn't anything special. So we're watching Home Movie, short horror film, starting in 3, 2, 1. Or kind of delayed for a second. Let me do it again. We're starting in 3, 2, 1. This is going to be some sort of cursed videotape. That's all the rage these days. 7 days, like The Ring or some shit. That's like her when she was younger. They do look remarkably alike. So that's a good choice by the child actor and the whatever. November 10, 2003. Makes me want to watch some sort of found footage type shit. Like speaking of M. Night Shyamalan in Signs, that has a great moment where it's like this birthday party where the alien appears in the grass, where he has like the camouflage, but it's not really working. Just go beat him up with a fucking bat. That solves everything. Or yeah, like you're a farmer and you don't have like a gun, like a shotgun. Mel Gibson and all. We never really see him with one. This turned it into an action movie. He just starts spraying the fucking zombies. I mean, the aliens at his farm. Zombies. I'm thinking like he's Herschel from The Walking Dead. The game, at least. I don't know. I haven't seen the show. One of many shows I could watch, which at least I'm willing to. I don't know. They're all so long I can never finish them. March 10th, 2004. Why you always got to do it like in a dark room and stuff too? you're the girl in the video, so like, why wouldn't you just... Or why would this even be creepy though? Because it's like you're the one in control of it. Right, like it's, oh wow, you know... Put on the fucking light, dude. Just put on the fucking light. Who does all this shit in the dark? I think it stuttered for a second, so it might be delayed. How about you either stop playing it or turn on a light? Okay, you at least turn on some sort of dim lights. I don't know what you would interpret that as. Like it's getting some interference and somebody else has a camera here watching you. But how or why exactly it would randomly cut to that, I don't know. Her reaction is not very strong there. No scream or nothing. She's just kind of staring with her mouth open. How about you just fucking take the tape off? Yeah, or just shut that shit off. This gimmick before, like where the guy was hurting himself in the video and it caused him to kill himself in real life and stuff like that. Or the other one where I forgot. Or it'll be like a ghost trying to communicate with her to tell her something. It like wants her help to do something like in The Sixth Sense. Speaking of M. Night Shyamalan again, just to makes her want to actually do something, or no, these aren't going to be so elaborate. It'll just end like that. A film by Dylan Clark with Hannah Clark. Their reactions are always so toned down in these, though. Like, what, they can't yell because they'll bother the neighbors? You should kind of scream a little bit. Right, when you see that chick on the staircase and stuff. We're getting an ad for Harry Potter, which I've never seen that series. I almost wanted to do like a companion thing where I read each of the books and then watch the movie and sort of analyze them sort of together and see what's different. I'd almost rather see the movie first, just because that's kind of more exciting, but then you can always read the book and see the differences. But no, I might have only read part of the first book. I don't even think I read the whole thing. And I certainly only watched like the first two movies. I don't think I've seen any of the other ones, and I don't know, like, what else? Twilight. We can watch a couple more of these. That one wasn't really too good, but it was a good casting choice for the young girl, unless it's really her in real home videos, but I kind of doubt that. Right, because it looks so remarkably like her, like you can just tell that it's meant to be her. Picture short horror film directed by S.I. Alfred, or All Red, or S.L. All Red. I can't fucking read this shit. So we're starting in 3, 2, 1. I just don't like the ones that are super long, so I'm not even looking at how long they are, but yeah, that was kind of boring, actually, the split, so I'm not too happy with it. I've been having an urge to watch horror stuff, but it doesn't have to be this bad. the free fall. I don't know what I expected. M. Night Shyamalan in his downturn of his career. I don't know what I expected. I also can't read this shit when they're texting and stuff. Although that one, it almost made it seem like it didn't want you to see it, but... These screens always look fake, like they're just simulating it. Like it's not actually what's happening on there. They just like put something over it, but maybe they're really using it. It looks kind of like too clean or too perfect to be like a real phone. Today, 9 a.m. and the clock on the stove is like fucking around. Why you never buy a woman a watch? Because there's a clock on the stove. I don't see why this would even be scary. It's just like technological malfunction that could easily be explained as your thing's just not working. It's like the same as the last one, except instead of the home videos, it's just a camera that's like fucking with her. This is exactly what to do in a horrific situation in a horror movie. You just start taking fucking selfies and shit. Like just random stuff happening is exactly what you want. That's scary or interesting, I guess. I don't get it. Where are these things coming from? They're just like magically already on your phone, like nobody's even sending these to you. Why even indulge this? Just stop looking and just fuck it. I like that one where the girl was like unwilling to leave the house because every time you open the door, even though it was dumb and she could just like break a window or something, every time she opened the door, the monster would try to come get her. Yeah, this woman is kind of irritating me. Like, you're not doing anything. You're just kind of standing there looking, flipping through selfies and shit. The classic old sheet over your head to make yourself look like a ghost. Something a real ghost would never do. And the implication with that isn't even that that's what a ghost looks like. It's just more like... could be like a Halloween costume that makes you try to look like a ghost, but it's more like just what would the physical presence of a ghost would be able to hold up the sheet or something like that, so it makes it look like that, but that's not actually what the ghost looks like. The ghost is just under it, so you know what I mean? Like, it would be the telltale way that you would see them through whatever objects they possess or are able to hold up in a way. No survival instincts on this one, so you're going to try to move the thing. Like, what do you expect to find here? Why not just, like, leave and go for a walk? But wouldn't you know that you have this here, or is she in, like, somebody else's house? Like, where did it come from still? Oh, yeah, you're really going to put that back on, then? What was that point of that scene anyway? Like, oh, it's just a fake out. It's just a mannequin. Now she's going to get pushed off the side. Nobody has any, like, good reactions to this kind of shit. Or she's, like, intrigued by it. Or how about you get away from the window or the ledge as you're looking at this? You're clearly still in control of your movement, so you're moving and you're shaking your head. Or it'll be a twist. It won't be her jumping off. She'll get down to ground level and then she'll die on the sidewalk still. That's the whole irony of it. She'll get run over by a car or some shit. Or what is this meant to be, a silent film? Or was that him who is dead? It's like a Final Destination type of thing. You get him to die for you in your place. But this is like almost meant to be a silent film where they don't want to pay the actors to actually say dialogue because not one word has been said. Even with this other guy, he barely said anything, or he was about to, and then he dies. Yeah, why don't you stand right over it and nothing bad can happen? But I always love that in Final Destination, like, does the guy's insurance cover the damages, or like does, you know, don't they go to jail too? Like, you still got hit by a real person driving the car, or even like in Death Note, you write somebody gets hit by a car and somebody really does hit them, but who's driving that car, and they still get arrested or some shit. Yeah, how about you just get a new fucking apartment, bro? But at least that's one that's a little bit unique, like where she doesn't die. The main character doesn't necessarily die. Okay, so today in my next episode of the Hulu horror roundup that we're doing, I'm watching a highly rated movie called The Autopsy of Jane Doe or something, I think. It doesn't let you... Yeah, Jane Doe, which of course in like police terms and all that just means it's like an unknown person, right? Like Jane Doe and John Doe, that's not really their name. It's just like a placeholder because they don't know who it is. So I haven't enjoyed these last couple that I watched. The Free Fall, I didn't have very high expectations. It wasn't really good. Split, I thought would be a little better, but it really just wasn't. I'd give it like a D probably on an A through F, or like a, like a 2 out of 5 star. And it's just very bland, very predictable. Anya's acting was good, but the guy's acting was really good. But again, it didn't go anywhere with the material that you didn't expect it to go. And so aside from that little nod at the end with with Bruce Willis sitting there, aside from that connection, if it had just ended like normally, it wouldn't have been good at all. Like, it's not good anyway, but even with that, like, the guy gets shot and he just dies, or he just gets arrested, like, that wouldn't be satisfying either, right? There just wasn't enough to it. They're just using the whole split personality thing as window dressing, the supernatural element as window dressing, even though they didn't use it a lot, to be fair. It was just kind of uneventful. So again, his attempt to latch it onto his earlier movie, like Unbreakable, is not very inspired either, and almost seems desperate, and try to give it more, just a gimmick. Just try to give it something that isn't. It's like what they do with superhero movies, but to a lesser degree. Like, this movie's not good, but you got to see it for this one cameo scene where Wonder Woman uses the whip of truth on Batman, and everybody like, haha, what a good moment. Like, it's just these cameo guilty pleasure fan service type moments that aren't really necessary or substantial in the plot, but they're just there to try to make the movie notable, or try to give you like a meme worthy, ad worthy, clip worthy moment that might make people want to see it, right? Despite that, so I'll watch this one, then I'll watch American Horror Story maybe as the next thing. Obviously not in the session because it will take like 2 times just to do this, but the thing is that I don't know what else I want to... I guess I'll just do that. Yeah, I'll do American Horror Story. It feels like there's a lot of good movies, and even horror movies that I haven't seen, but I just can't find any on here. Like, the only other highly rated one is like the Babadook, which is like from 2014. I don't know what it is. The title image is like of a mirror or something. Yeah, so many of these really just miss the mark. Either they have to play it real and then take it seriously, or they just have to have a little more depth in character development and something to them. Like, really, what was the character development in that movie? The fact that Anya is a misbehaving girl, and then she goes through this experience, and that would inspire her, like, not to misbehave as much or something. Like, you don't really get enough of the rest of the family portrait to understand anything. It's just all, and her friends die, I guess. I didn't even fully catch that. One of them was being eaten, but I think one of them, we still don't know what happened, or it wasn't, like, super clear what happened. So we're starting this, the autopsy of Jane Doe, and this might be a mistake, though. Maybe I shouldn't even bother. Because I wanted to almost unsub from Hulu because there's just nothing on here that I care to watch. So I can try something else. Like, every month I almost want to try, like, a different streaming service. But I guess I should do American Horror Story, and then I will do something either on Netflix or on Netflix, or see, like, why can't we have something like old school, like Scream, right? The original Scream. I'm not even saying it's a great movie, but at least it plays it straight. Like, there's nothing supernatural there. It's really just a bunch of, crazy people. Or I guess even to some extent the original Halloween. Like, just play it straight, and it can still be engaging and interesting and fun, right? But we've lost that, where everything, even like Child's Play, with the supernatural element, I kind of like the understated way it tells its story. Like, there's just this doll, and there's a sense of this predictability that these movies have, but they kind of have that anyway. Nothing that happened in Split was really that shocking. Maybe a little bit to do with the beast, but, like, I almost didn't care. But no, like, Child's Play was fun because it's like, they get the doll, you kind of know where it's going, but it's still kind of fun to watch it get there. So even though you're conceding yourself as a genre picture, it can still be more interesting than, I don't know, some of the cliches, like I wouldn't mind even watching that. It's been so long, I could rewatch it. But yeah, either Hulu or HBO Max. I'll have to watch, I'll have to, like, look at what actually they have on there. But for now, let's just watch this. So I'm not even too enthusiastic. Like, it takes me sometimes a bit of time to get into doing something like this, but like, by episode 10 of The Sopranos, I was, like, really into it. And then obviously Mama Olivia ends the whole series with her breaking my formats and all the rules, like, by just being too capable and too overpowered of a character, too smart. But that would be obviously just my own preference of a condition. But by that point, I was getting really into it, but it's a little different with a movie. So we're starting in 3, 2, 1. Now, I think I always have to do this a little better. Let me see. So we're starting in 3, 2, 1. Instrumental music, if IFC, midnight, so you would know based on that, right? As soon as I say it. Sometimes for the beginning, I should just do that. I should mirror what's happening. Black screen. I am global. Fades to black. Ingenious. Crows something. We got the subtitles on. And when I go to upload these now, I'm just kind of mashing them all together. So the only way to know the timestamp would be if I put it in the comments. I'm not even bothering to put it in the video anymore. And I'm also just saying it, so you have to go by the verbal cue. I'm almost not satisfied with that. Maybe I'll... Fuck off. No, I'll just deal with it. It might be like a second off or something, but... Ingenious, you can see again. I can't really even read the rest of the text. No, but these last couple I've heard good things about, and I've been disappointed. Like, it's not the free fall, but Split was generally relatively well received, but I was sort of split on it. In fact, I'm really not. I just think it's kind of bad. And then the other thing was the simple fact of The Witch. I didn't think was good either, so I don't know what I'm expecting, but you need, like, a deeper character development element to these movies. Maybe I'm just missing them, but Anya at the beginning is a troublemaker. Anya by the end is just a traumatized troublemaker. Like, even The Witch, like, she becomes a witch by the end. So cool. Like, after the witches kill her family, like, why would that persuade you? Wouldn't you say, like, you're horrible, you fucked up my whole life, so I'm not saying that I have a bias even for, like, realistic settings and stuff, but if you play it straight, there's a certain power to it, where it feels like, it operates by a set of rules that sometimes things don't, siren blaring and distant, but I can't even hear it. if you play by a certain realistic set of rules, everything becomes more immersive because now you feel like it's more grounded, like, you know, it feels more like it's really happening. Whereas if it's supernatural, then it ruins it because, oh, well, then just anything could randomly happen, and oh, the monster will just do something, and, you know, exorcism a million times. Too many movies use that trope. Like the free fall didn't even need to be about that, where she's being exorcised. Right, that's not really what it was even necessarily about by the premise and the basis. She's just kind of going through a lot of things with... Alright, so we're seeing like the whole murder scene as they're doing the autopsy. I love the part where they say, this is the autopsy of Jane Doe, and the coroner comes in and writes it out. You know, the mentality I kind of would like with a horror movie, I should make this too. If I make a movie, I'll make one that's a detective horror movie in the sense, I wonder how many are like that. I've never really seen one quite like that, where it's a really smart detective trying to catch a very smart killer, but it's still played for horror effect, not just for detective effect. So he's really smart and he gets away with it and he's killing people and it's still scary and he's stalking them and it shows you that, but it's played more for the, you know, like it's like Sherlock Holmes trying to catch Moriarty, but you play it for horror effect, basically. So Paul and Carol is whose house it is, I guess. Do you know who? There we go. They said the line. 10 out of 10 movie. Maybe they had a dark secret and they were imprisoning her, like somehow imprisoning her in the basement, and she was trying to break out and died. But why wouldn't you assume it might be an accident too? Like, it doesn't have to be I guess that's what they're still trying to determine with the autopsy. I'm just assuming, like, oh, it must have been murder. The twist is it's not going to be murder. She just fell and tripped and busted her head. Like, fuck it. But no, that was the big issue this split had, was the characters were not that capable. The girls were not taking it seriously enough. They had the victim's mentality. They weren't trying to rush him and fight him. That guy was a bit of a clown. Biggest clown killer since John Wayne Gacy over here. Imagine if that's what this actually is, though. Given the name, it would almost make you think of that, like it's a detective story more than just a horror thing. But it's not that he's supernatural, it's that he's just supernaturally smart, as some people might be and some killers might be. So he just is really, you know, he's really just hard to catch. And that's kind of what Scream is too, like trying to figure out who the killer is. Right, not that they're really that smart, but... But I think these last couple that I've seen, you can see why I don't really like horror movies overall. Like, even ones that seem okay or well received, there's just not really that much to them, ultimately. You get a nice little musical montage to cutting somebody up. Is that her, though? That looks like a man, almost. This is weird. I'm driving by and it's July right now, right? And they have like fucking Christmas shut up in July. this is more just a way to introduce these characters, I guess, and their expertise, right, rather than anything related to the look at him, experienced guy, proving a point that he's better than the kid. Yeah, it might have just taken you longer to find it. Oh, they're father and son. Okay. Even if you don't like a movie, falling asleep 5 minutes in that's more of a you problem than a movie problem. Nepo baby over here. Nepo baby autopsy coroner fucking clown. I love that stereotype in society. Like, it's bad for you to be successful and to pass anything on to your kids. Like, no, we should all be poor and just, our kids should just suffer. And, like, it doesn't make sense. Like, part of the reason why you become successful is for your kids. So it's not a bad thing. Like, everybody should just suffer and struggle together forever and just never get out of it. I like sort of this tone and the style so far, but I wonder what the whole thing is going to be. And now they're going to come across this next body and have a big fight about it, where the kid's going to think something and the old man's not going to believe it or something. We've seen that the old man is very perceptive and smart, though. Or the body is gonna come to life and be... If it turns into an exorcism thing, I'm gonna be pissed. I should look up two things. I should look up detective horror stuff, if there's such a genre, really subgenre, and then I should look up, you know, some sort of, that ad I kept seeing with Jodie Foster almost seemed like that. But no, the thing is, I should look up realistic horror movies in the sense that they follow... Again, they don't have to actually be realistic, but he's outside taking a smoke break anyway. So this is like your house? I don't get it. Because we saw him go outside. I didn't think they showed this much interest into the people actually doing the autopsy. I thought they would just do it and then, you know, move on to some other element of the story. But now it's like these are actually the main characters. So the whole, you know, big event of the story will just be doing the autopsy. It'll be because she's like under some supernatural... It might not be like that. She might just have been killed and then they'll try to find out who killed her. It's just always like a cop-out when you do the supernatural stuff. At least that's how they use it. Is this a house or is this a... Seems like a perfect victim. Like you got to introduce a female character. Is that a condescending thing to say? Like you're just a bookstore clerk versus a fucking autopsy dude who cuts open bodies all day. This is surely part of the reason why you're with him. You You gold-digging cunt that you think you can, fuck. This is a good way to impress a girl. Show them a fucking dead body that you have in your house. This will really get you in the mood tonight, dude, if you're into fucking necrophilia, I guess. But no, it's like part of the reason why she's with him is probably because she knows the family history and how rich they probably are from all the state-of-the-art bullshit that they do. Or of embalm the eyes and shit. Your dead body's not good enough for me to get excited about. She's gonna turn out to be the killer. And she's doing this to collect evidence by, I don't know. That would be a good sort of element to it. Like, look at that eerie music. Like, we're supposed to be freaked out by a dead person. Like, we get it. They're dead. Just like... Look at him just showing off, dude. Why does every one of these have to be a twist? This guy's actually really smart, though. See, I want him to be the detective who tries to find this shit out. Okay, dude, okay. Or the dad will somehow be the killer and then covering up his own tracks, right? Either somebody who has access to the coroner, like her, or the coroner himself can cover. It's a good line. You do and you don't in some ways. I don't get what this place is. He stepped outside and it looked like a regular house. What happened? Somebody died like usual. Or maybe just how abruptly he came in. Like, we bring bodies here all the time. What happened? Somebody died, another body. Like, what is he, a private practice coroner? But the events of the story are going to keep you here. He does seem very capable. I wouldn't be worried about him. Really? You're hot? That's the best you can come up with? So they have some weird family-owned, state-of-the-art facility that almost makes it seem like a private practice morgue, but yet they're obviously... Here we go. This is the girl now. She looks very pale. Or the animals always suspect something's wrong before anything else. Just worried about the PR nightmare that it might create. That cop is going to be the killer. That's why he's so worried about it. He wants you to cover this shit up. You know, that's always the scariest thing in a real life setting, though. Somebody who has access, right, they could do something and get away with it because they'll manipulate it. Unnaturally great. I didn't know you see clowning like that, period. I don't know exactly what that is. But she just looks very pale. I really like this father character, though. He's so efficient. I love characters like this. See, he's not going to miss anything or fuck anything up. But what's it going to be? Something supernatural killed her, or just a really good killer killed her? And where does the horror come in? Like, nothing scary has happened yet. It's going to be that she's somehow possessed or some shit. I know it. She looks like kind of too clean and too perfect everywhere else, though. Like the rest of her body is spotless. who's not only a coroner, but he's a geography whiz too and everything. He's gonna touch somebody's boobs tonight, but it's not gonna be his girlfriend. At least that would tell you. That there's some malicious intent and she was actually killed, right? Prostitution or human trafficking are the theories, therefore. Okay, we don't need to keep seeing that shot of the fucking... This is one time where I may be grateful to not always be looking at the screen. Like, we don't need to keep seeing the same shot over and over. Her nose is bloody, as if that would imply an OD, but it's happening, like, right now. There's, like, a bug crawling out of her nose. It would stand to reason that she's been dead for a longer period of time. Everything, the paleness, the eyes, the decrepit nature of a bug crawling out, it seems like she's been dead for longer than expected. I don't know, this is like getting bogged down by this too much. Like, the whole movie is just going to be the autopsy or what? It's going to turn into like an exorcism type thing. Like, I'd love it if the whole movie is just like this. They'll keep discovering more stuff. I mean, it'll obviously not be like that, but this will just be the first night. But they're spending a lot of time on this. This is like taking the title too literally. Like, we get that the autopsy might be the focal point and you discover something from that, whether it be supernatural or otherwise, but doesn't mean the whole movie has to fucking just be about the autopsy. That could just be the breaking point. Seminal, that's a good word. In this case, meaning to do with semen, but seminal can also mean like it was a seminal moment in their life when they won the championship or whatever. Like, seminal is a good funny word for that. Or what's the other word like that? In the annals of history, your seminal achievement will be laid in the annals of history, so you can interpret both anal and semen from those words if you wanna. It must be a coroner like you who's able to be so good at cutting the inside of the body, but with no external signs. Yeah, don't be in a rush just because you want to see your girl. You've already gotten to see boobs tonight. Even if in a sick way, obviously, but... How does this work as far as... Is it like a mannequin, or is it actually an actress just laying there the whole time like this? Because it looks pretty real, I mean... I would wonder about that. Imagine being hired for this role. Just lay there dead the whole time. So again, that would... that would indicate exorcism stuff, that is fucking up stuff around in their presence, even just randomly. It's gonna be a demon possessing her or some shit, I don't know. Okay, I don't really need to see this in such graphic detail, bruh. I don't need to see it. Okay, dude, okay. Definitely something supernatural. The radio would kind of have told you that. Even the guy who has seen everything is being shocked by it. I've seen it. I've seen even this. Yeah, their blood's supposed to be like sort of flat, so it won't come leaking out like that, right? It'll be just very, I don't know, sedentary. It's not going to move around, I don't think, as much. And not that I know this from any way, but you never see that with a dead body. Like, there'll be blood everywhere. It'll be dried up or something. Imagine you watch this movie like in medical school. It's like, instead of watching Bill Nye the Science Guy in science class, you watch this to learn how to become a coroner or deal with medical things. Sometimes they'll do that, right? You'll do a surgery like on a dead body, honestly, to simulate it, like doing it on a real person, and practice. I'm pretty sure. I mean, you can always make a surrogate little thing to work on too, but they're just dragging this out too much. The whole movie's gonna be this shit, dude. Good. This is such a good cover for a killer too. I mean, there's always that thought in your head, like, these two are actually killers, and they get away. Some people still wear them as a whatever role play type thing, a mistress or something. But she would have had to wear that for a long period of time to change her body shape. That's like some trick to lose weight. Wear this little waistband thing. Okay, so she's possessed by the devil. The lungs are burned badly, not in a way that you could inflict normally by smoking. She's been kind of killed from the inside out somehow. She's spotless, as I was saying. You do it by getting possessed by a devil exorcist. The lights are flickering to reflect that. It made them suffer, but more to the point, how do you do that? How do you fuck with their internal organs without any sign of entry or anything to show? Imagine you get like in trouble, like a cop sees you watching this in your car, and it's like, oh, you can't show naked bodies in a public place, like people can see them. So there's a kid in the car behind you who can see it. Like it's not very big because it's on my phone, but still, like, you don't need to show this naked dead body for this long a period of time. But I do like how they showed it in almost a realistic way, just very much on the nose and on the, they weren't trying to cheat it, basically. Just here it is, this is the autopsy. Normally you'd be happy to see it that clean, it makes your job easier, but a little ominous music. Is it 11 o'clock yet so you can go out with the girl? This is like the low ambition of these stories too. The whole thing will take place just in this morgue. Right, it won't be, I think the dad will die but not the kid, and then the girl might get attacked and chased. Yeah, she's gonna answer you, really. Seeing this guy get stumped is really impressive because that shows you he's been on top of everything so far. Creepy little door creaking open. I don't even dislike it so far, but I don't know. These movies are like so much build up, but then it ends up not being worth it. Like, we don't need to see this for this long. Or now it'll enter into him by him cutting himself. He's so befuddled. He's never cut himself in 30 years of doing this job, let's say. Like, he's such an expert. He's going to be disappointed that his son doesn't... he was one day away from retirement, and he's going to die to an exercised demon body, and then he's going to... It's seriously going to be like that, too, I bet. Right, like, why does every movie, every story have to do that shit? Like, even the free fall, again, like I said, I wasn't expecting that. I guess Split didn't have anything like that, but this... Again, it's so unrelated to the subject matter of it. Or one of his personalities, I guess you could have done that with. Like, let's exorcise the beast out of you, sort of. I didn't really see what it was that he saw. Where even is he? Like, what's he doing? What is it, just a rat or something? Or Stanley? Or he's like, Dad, yeah, this is a horror movie sin count number 1 million. Like, how many times did they kill dogs? M. Night Shyamalan did that in Signs multiple times. Like, the kid has to kill the dog because it's about to attack Bo. And then the aliens killed the dog at the end, too, to announce their presence, basically. So it's a very common trope. Even, I think Michael Myers kills a dog, maybe, in Halloween. It's a good... The Thing has an iconic moment to do with that. They're trying to kill the dog, but they actually should have. And I never thought I'd say that, but it's not actually a dog. It's the Thing. I love the part where they say, that's it, that's the thing, and they point at the dog, because it actually is at that point. That's why, it starts off they're trying to shoot the dog. The dog dies, we don't really see to what. Or maybe he saw it and I just couldn't see it, or maybe he just saw the dog. Sometimes it's hard for me to catch those split-second moments like this, which is important for a horror movie, but I won't hold that against it. Or you have a case of... do an autopsy on the dog now to try to figure out what the hell happened to it. Or are you just burning it up before you can even see it? Give you a minute, what if I need a minute? It's my dog too. But shouldn't you be a little wondering, like, how did it die? What happened to it? Maybe it just, got in trouble in the vent and hurt itself got itself killed, but so everything in its wake. There's some line like that I always associate with The Exorcist, but it's not necessarily that. Right? Like, in its presence, meaning the demon, the devil, clocks will start moving backwards and things will stand in place, and, all these kind of up is down, down is up. There's like a whole thing to do with that. Right, where everything gets turned upside down and it's all messed up. Right, so you can kind of feel its presence, and all these little things are weird. He's saying it partly to educate him and partly as exposition, but he's also saying it partly for the audio. Like, he's taking a video of it and explaining it for them, I guess. Or just so they can look back at it later for evidence or something. Okay, this is like getting a little bit stupid now. How much of this do we need to see? This really will be the whole movie. It's literally halfway through. What the fuck? Are you serious with this shit, dude? Okay, dude. By calling it the autopsy, I didn't think the whole movie would be just the autopsy. I thought you would do the autopsy and then try to figure out what happened after. Like, with the cops and something. A lot of weird things, but which one does he want to tell you about? From the north because of the Pete clue, first of all. Dude, this guy should be a fucking super detective. All because that cop's worried about a PR nightmare. You have to go through all this. Yeah, you didn't even have to stay here, though. The date will be canceled because of the whole thing. But I like his attitude there. Like, yeah, you don't have to be here. It's up to you. This is a typical movie mistake, like where you're beating it like a dead horse. We get the point of this scene. The whole movie does not have to be this one fucking scene if you're doing this. This has already gone on way too long. I thought we would just do this, have the day, and then have other stuff happen, and return to these scenes later. Maybe we'd find some follow-up. But this is literally the whole movie. Like, are you serious with this, dude? Nobody uses those anymore. Roman numerals, that would prove it. What are you, LeBron James? How he has like a tattoo or some shit like that. Because like King James, they make some reference. He's trying to have his super detective moment, make himself seem useful. You gotta communicate as you're doing it, though. Don't just do stuff. Or she's like a vampire. It's like some sort of but none of these things are showing it, or like she was accused of being a witch. As they keep doing this, the storm just keeps getting worse. But what does that have to do with anything? It would make a believer even of the stuck-up coroner guy, because he's seeing all these things he can't explain. Okay, so we'll stop there for now with this nice little song going on in the radio. Okay, so I'm not even going to bother watching the rest of that. I didn't really enjoy it. I hate stopping. Maybe I'll do it some other time, but we were about halfway through. I was stunned, though. You have to realize, even if that's like a low budget sort of thing to try to do, like let's keep the whole movie in one environment, in one room. I was even laughing at that idea. Like, what if the whole movie is just about this? Like, literally, when I hear that, the autopsy of some, Jane Doe, I thought it meant that would be how the movie starts, right? Like the trigger that sets off this chain of events, and then we would go and we would be investigating people and trying to figure out who did it and things like that. It would just set off the mystery of like, oh, how did they die in this weird way? Really, we get that that's the premise, but they spend the whole fucking movie doing that. We're halfway through the movie and they're in that one room the whole time, basically. Where like even low budget, old school horror movies like Halloween was not a big budget production. Even that, you have scenes outside the school, you have scenes at the psychiatric facility that he escaped from. You have scenes all over the town, Haddonfield. You have scenes in the house that Michael Myers is staying in. You have scenes in the two houses across the street. At least there you're getting a variety of environments before we finally get bogged down to, just seeing the same house for a while and getting killed and all of this. So the point is that, and what's kind of bad exposition there is, we don't really know why he's after these particular girls, like Lori. I guess Lori is supposed to be one of his relatives, we find out later in the series, but within that movie itself, we don't really get a good reason. It's not like she's inhabiting his old house. He's the one who's, like, that house is abandoned, and so he came back to his own house, basically. But no, like, even those that are considered low budget have better environment variety than this piece of garbage. Like, you're in the, I'm not saying that's a sole criteria. We're like, oh, that's why The Exorcist was that way too. Like, oh, you stay in the same room the whole time and have that to come back to, even though you're dealing with the devil himself, or Pazuzu at least, where you can have all this power and influence. Like, even the way it starts is more interesting than the premise. Like, the woman in the chariot and the the dogs fighting each other and the clock stopping, like all these kind of crazy things that are messing up. And the can you help an old altar boy father, a poor altar boy. So what that means is he's able to have all this influence that's interesting around the world, but oh no, we got to bog it down to just this one girl in just this one room. You could say that's what it's about, but it's arbitrary. Like, if you have that much power and influence, why this one girl? And there was never a good reason given, at least in the original. Maybe there's some kind of retcon explanation given later, like same thing like Laurie Strode is technically related to Michael Myers or something. I don't even remember what it is, but I do find that kind of strange that, you know, there's some sort of lacking exposition in that process. That, you know, it's, you just have to accept the premise. But I was constantly throughout that movie, despite how much it's regarded as being so great, you're constantly wondering to yourself, like, why is the devil himself, or this being that's so powerful, why is he messing around with just this one girl and these couple priests and this whole thing? Marin is like his adversary from before, but we don't even hear too much about that in the movie, right? You got to get that more so from the book, that he had previously encountered Pazuzu, and I guess that's what he's doing at the beginning, kind of, but it doesn't show it very well, that he would set up this rivalry with, you know, I guarantee you, as much as people glorify the movie, even I don't fully understand that, even though I've seen the movie and read analysis on it, and even read part of the book probably, I just don't remember. It's something in the book that would explain that, like, why does this devil want to mess with Marin so badly? And that's the reason why, is because he previously had exorcised the same demon before, or something like that. And yeah, like, they beat around the bush. I'll turn this into a critique of The Exorcist somehow, but at least that was more ahead of its time with the effects and everything, but I was never that impressed as an overall horror movie. Like, for example, even Signs, to its credit, has the same sort of faith issue. Like, Mel Gibson lost his faith, and then he's struggling to try to get it back over the course of the events of the film, but that's actually done a lot better than even The Exorcist, which you might find shocking for me to say that, but in The Exorcist, it's like Father Karras has lost his faith, and then he's struggling with this demon to try to get it back, and then he sacrifices himself, but I just never found that too convincing, like, or even that line that we saw in Freefall sort of stole that, where the sister is saying, "Take me," right, and then the guy, Karras says that too, "Take me," and he starts beating up the devil, beating up the girl, which is a really dumb thing. That's not what happens in the movie at all, or in the book. In the book, he sort of slyly tricks the devil into taking him, right, by playing on his ego and manipulating him, whereas here he just starts beating her up, which is incredibly stupid and goes against the whole spirit of the movie. If you were willing to do that, you could have just done that in the first place. He's just mad that Marin died, that the devil killed Marin, and so now he's saying, "I'm just going to beat the girl up and say, 'Take me, take me.'" That's not how it works. Like, that's what the devil wants you to do, is to get angry and commit sin and beat up a little girl, right? That's not a good heroic thing to do. So the way that they, I forget exactly how it's written in the book, but it's definitely a lot better, like where you have the situation of whatever, he kind of tricks him somehow and plays on his egos and faults as the devil, right, that he still has flaws, despite how powerful he is. He wants to prove himself or something like that, and so he pisses him off, basically, and then he takes him over for that reason. So he plays on that, verbally, toying with him, rather than actually just, "Oh, I'm going to physically beat you up." Like, that's all you had to do, I guess, from the beginning. Even if it means that you end up dying and sacrificing yourself. And it doesn't even make sense, because the same thing supposedly happened to the other guy, right, earlier, the Burke, or whatever, Burke Dennings, right? He gets the same treatment. He takes the devil, and then he's thrown out the window and falls to his death. But then the devil still is in the girl, and so, right? I guess maybe it means that's a very confusing aspect of the film. The same thing happens to Karras, where he falls out the window and dies on the steps, as happens to Burke. But how come when Karras does it, he expels the demon, but when Burke does it, he doesn't? What's the difference? I guess is the fact that maybe Burke wasn't possessed by the demon, and he was just physically, manually pushed out somehow. Whereas Karras is actually embodying the demon and thereby dying, and thereby it leaves his spirit. But yeah, I didn't even feel like watching that necessarily. The rest of that. So I guess next time I can watch American Horror Story, I'll try to watch episode 1 and see like how much of that I want to watch. I've at least heard it's good. Other than that, I'm kind of shit out of ideas when it comes to Hulu. I might just have to go somewhere else to find. See, there'll be like this one specific movie you want to watch, whether you see a clip on YouTube or you just heard about it before. So there'll be like this one specific movie I want to watch, and I have to sign up to a streaming service just for that one. Right, or you'll have an urge to rewatch something, so it becomes kind of annoying. Right, even though these streaming services are really good, like you never historically would have been able to watch this much stuff without buying a DVD for each individual one, which would get really expensive, or, it's much easier to do it this way.